Grum TV welcomes you to this broadcast of the Dorkside Pokemon League.
Hello, everybody. It is I, Grum, your commissioner and host of everything DSPL related, and we've got ourselves a nice. I gotta remember that I cannot wait. I cannot wait until we've got a house in, a month from now, really. Well, I mean, we will have a house at the end of this week, but we will have I will have a stream and everything so that I can properly frame myself once more. But hey, how's it going, everybody? I guess I can do a little bit. What's going on over there? Probably just a little boxes. Yeah, that's fine. Hello, everybody. Hi, I am Grum, your commissioner of the DSPL, and I hope you're all feeling good, feeling great, feeling grand, feeling fantastic. I am feeling good. That's right, baby. The return of the dork side, indeed. Now, thank you so much. I have wined and dined with kings and queens, but I have the pleasure of taking this the Twitch Prime and rubbing it all up in the elbows. That's right, putting it all up in there, getting in there, and then you hitting that bionic elbow on the sub button. It means so much to me. Two sweets in the chat for old Nowlith. Hello. We, as I get back into the swing of things, as a creator, we will surely figure out what is. I'll figure everything out, right? I'll figure out how this all works, how this all is supposed to work, how it is all. It is good to know that I've properly set up my my Discord output stuff, because I changed that around a little bit. That's what I was doing today. I was getting a bunch of stuff in order so that I can get stuff going and yada. But we have ourselves a very, very fun day ahead of ourselves. I do not have the graphic that I would like to have at this first part, okay? But that means that next week we will have a better produced thing, right? So we're already off to a great start. The reason why we don't have it is Kevin Patullo, and that's what I'm sticking with. It's Kevin Patullo's fault that I don't have the production quality that I would like to have. But hello, Oren. Hello, Nalis. Hello, Zelius. Hello, Spencer. Hello, who we got in here? You know what? Let me bring this up. I don't really need this part yet, right? So let me do that, right? I'm going to close that. We got Cornman in here. Oren and Nalis are hanging out in the general, I guess that can be considered like a GM office. And while they're waiting for that all. They're probably talking about stuff and things. But as we are to do here in the DSPL, I like to think of ourselves as one of the few leagues that has a live watch along. The GMs, the coaches, however, the players, the people involved with the drafting and the battling, take some time out to hang out and give some live post-game content and interviews and insights and all that stuff. And then also we get a little bit of the flair, because it's also a little bit of a RP. That's where the dork side, the DS dork side. That's where it all goes back to. It all goes back to the old days of role playing, of GTA RP. I also realized I forgot to fix the camera, and get that looking good before stream began. So I need to do that real quick, because I caught myself looking at the auto exposure fixing itself, and I didn't like that. I didn't like it at all. I need a haircut. I'm going to get a haircut. I'm going to buy a house this week. All that stuff. But in the meantime, we got 6 games to play. We have 6 games. Didact and Willie's game, they're going to be extended to next week. Real life stuff came up, so all good. And we got 6 games, but that means we're going to have 6 incredible matches, and that means 8 next week. 8 next week. All right. So, how did I want to do this again? I think I wanted to do it this way, right? Let me get set up on things. Stuff and things. Okay. I think we are set up to where I would like to be set up. I just actually need to see one thing. Okay, so that is what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be this way. Nope, cancel that. There we go. No, wait. Oh, I had it the right way. What the hell? Okay, perfect. Okay, we're good. I got everything the way I wanted to. Excellent, 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 excellent. I hope everyone's doing good, doing great. I hope, by the way, the holidays, I hope we're fantastic for you all, right? Hello, Corn. How you doing? We're hanging out so we can chat. All good. Obviously, yes. Haven't done a league where results are hush-hush prior to live stream. That's why I think I like it a lot. It's got a life or something. Look, I did have... So, okay, but... You got to go back to your previous message now, so the guy's got a life or something. Yes, I had 3 weeks to figure this out, okay? But how about that? How about that for you? Right back at you, all right? No, all love. No, you're right. I did have 3 weeks. It's more so the Pokemon is life. Perhaps. Maybe not. No, not. I mean, I have caught like 3 boxes worth of shiny Pokemon on in ZA. And I did finally get the Larvitar. I want you guys to know, okay? It took getting an entire Nintendo Switch 2. That's right, I got the Nintendo Switch 2. Shout out my beautiful wife, Katie, for being an incredibly surprising spouse with a Christmas gift. At the very end of it all was like, oh, by the way, you got this. I'm like, so that was pretty cool. And it's great. And I played a shit ton of Donkey Kong in those 3 weeks. Bonanza, I've been waiting to play that. All that fun stuff. Yeah. We're here for the DSPL. We can talk about that other stuff maybe later. Who knows? I don't know. But DSPL-wise, Monkey Man Smash Rock. Exactly. It's so much fun. Okay, I'm going to get distracted. The Adderall is starting to wear off. The Eagles pissed me off. I've got papers all over my desk that are, like, I literally did, like, a check. I'm like, is there any, like, paperwork that, like, has an address, whether it's my current one, my previous one, or my next one? It's like, it's just all over the place. There's a Dunkin' Rewards thing. I got a gift card there. Also, maybe I'm an idiot, but the fact that I got multiple Dunkin' Donuts, like gift card things, and you can't like just put them all on like one thing on your mobile account. So I have multiple cards that now have like an inadequate amount of money. Corn, I wish you nothing but the best. You know, I hate your fucking team, Corn. I hate your fucking team, but I'm happy for you. Okay?
Oh boo-hoo.
I'm doing a reference because I don't actually I don't feel one way or the other about your team particularly. But more of a reference. But then I'm afraid somebody's going to say I might be interested in cucking, and I don't want, or being cucked. I don't know. That one was throwing me off. Anyways, I did survive my 1v1 with traffic, except it was more like a 1v30. So
guys playing PvE.
Yeah. Well, the problem is when we're all there's not so many cars on the traffic when most people are playing in traffic themselves, you know? It's like, wow, if it really helps the walkable city movement when you have the entire city of Philadelphia wanting to play in traffic, and like because of that, there's no traffic, right? Because everybody's gone like takes 95 south because they're getting out of the city and stuff like that. I'm just riffing. I obviously didn't play in traffic. Don't play in traffic. That's not fun. And if you are seriously depressed at any point for any reason, please see a psychiatrist and whatnot. It does wonders for you. Trust me. I bought a house because of a therapist, and so did my therapist. Anyways, game time. Here we go. Let me do this. Game number 1.
Brought to you by BetterHelp.
No, not at all. I was like, what? No, but yes, that is by the way, that is the voice of one of our.
I'm just trying to get sponsors for you, Grum.
I do appreciate that, and we got to work our way through the shit ones to get to the good ones. I know this, but we'll get there. All right, so our howdy, Grum. Hello, Spoopy Bird Buddy. Oren, is that your? No, wait, no. Your account's something different. Hello, Spoopy Bird. Hello, how you doing? The poor British Bangers lost all their sponsors. They lost their team. But we'll talk about them in a little bit. First up, we got ourselves graphics. I got them to work. in everything, so we're great. First off, we're kicking off, as we do every year, with the defending champions. You know, the NFL got one thing right, and the one thing right is being that you start off with your defending champions. You let them have their moment in the sun. And boy, howdy, is this a moment in the sun for Diabito here. Look at this team. Look at this matchup. And I'm going to show you something in a second. We're going to get even better, right? We're getting in an even more in-depth look. I don't know how it's going to look, though. Happy New Year to you, too. They're Spoopy. On the left side, you got Hobb, his Delaware Fighting Blazekins. We've got a Terra Espathra and a Terra Dreadnought, but also the fearsome and almost guaranteeing yourself a deeper run into the playoffs, Dragapult. Love this team. Love what Hobbs got here. Obviously, the speed tiers, very fast team. 5 Pokemon, all faster than the Diabito's third fastest run. You look at that and it's like, that's kind of crazy. But also not a lot of bulk. In fact, I got a little something for you this year. This year, we're doing something new. I've changed this up a little bit. Now, this is not ideal. This does not look great. I'm going to figure out how to get this good. Right now, consider this bare bones of what I would like to do with the matchup sheets. But we've got a little bit more in depth. I figured out a way to, like, you know what? Let's see. This is nice. This is a nice, quick way to look at it, right? You could just look at it real quick. Okay, cool. There's this Terra Pokemon, yada, 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 right? All that stuff, right? I went and I've played around with the matchup sheet, the team sheet. I don't like how far down I am here, so I got to fix that. Let's see how far. Let me get right about there. Perfect. That's good. Like that. I like that. Again, I would like this to be a little bit less smooshed. I guess it's a smush this way, but I couldn't get it to a nice place without messing with the sheet a little too much. So, it is what it is. As the stinky GMR would say, graphics. Yes, graphics. So, a little bit easier to look at some of these stats here, and you will see that both teams don't really have a lot of bulk per se, right? You look at Diabito's team on the right there, 77 average bulk. He doesn't have his highest bulk is Dragonite at 91. Kind of crazy. On the other side, you have Excadrill has 110 HP, but that's about it, right? Terra, D-Knight, and Cloyster are insane. It is crazy. Like, that is just kind of disgusting. I also want to change that up to where it's a different thing. I'll figure that out, how to do that in the future. But I feel like this team feels bulkier than that stat. So you're right, because you do have multi-scale, right? You do have Volcarona, who is surprisingly bulky if it's wearing boots. You have Overquill with Intimidate. You have Fortress. You have Cloyster. You have Palisand. Like, he's got an insanely high defense team. That is an average, by the way. The team average is 101. Okay? I'm looking at it like there are 4 100 based defense or higher Pokemon, and then 395 base defense Pokemon. Oh yeah, and then he's got a rock type. He's got Ogerpon, who's got 84. You've got Latios, who's 80. Is not terrible, but it's just really it's deceiving. It is deceiving, as Spencer alluded to there. I like the approach of mons with some bulk that don't slack on offense. Very true. You look at this. Berserker's got 110 attack, Palossand 100 special attack, Cloyster sub 100s, but does get Shell Smash, and then also Skill Link makes it so that you don't have to rely on Ice Skull Crash like hitting as your best like ice move, and you can do choice band sets, whatever, all that stuff. Also, 180 defense is insane. It's like, hey, this is a Pokemon who from Gen 1 has a higher defense than the mythical Pokemon Pecharon, who is known to have its insane stat for its defense, which is crazy. Obviously, it has 88 HP as opposed to 50, but I hate fighting bulk. Love using it. But yeah, I also have here, that's strengths, right? So I don't know how well this is going to work out week to week for the strength-wise, but these are all defensive profiles. You'll see, Pentrunt mentioned, yeah. You'll see, so Hobbs' team, good against, or it is strong against grass, electric, and poison. Now, the problem kind of gets to being where most of these teams are going to be pretty good against grass, right? So I got to figure out a way to like have it pull the next best if it's not grass or if it's grass. So we'll figure that out, right? But I did figure out a way, and if anyone would like to take a look at it, we can talk about it later. I'm very happy with how it came across. It doesn't look great, but for this part, we're good. But Hob, weak to fire, weak to fighting, and weak to ground. Those are his 3 biggest weaknesses. And there is a Hitmontop, there is a Volcarona, and there is a Palossand who are naturally those types. But then you also have the Terra Dragonite who can go anything. Same with the Cloyster. The other side for Diabeto, Bug, Grass, and Normal. He's got, a Rock, a Ghost, and 2 Steel types. So very good. And Normal is one of those like sneaky types that could be a problem, especially if you have a Pokemon who has Guts Facade, like a Ursaluna, or just any like strong normal type move, Hyper Voice. I guess Terra Star. Apologies ahead of time for the whack way you got to do mine in Asha's match. Yeah, I figured that we're gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. I played. I think that was a lot of the reason it took so long today. But notably weak to Flying, Ghost, and Fire. Ghost, that Dragapult looks very good, right? Because outside of the Overquill there's not a Ghost resist, right? That's the only resist, is that Ghost resist. And then you have two Pokemon who are weak to it. Flying resist, obviously your flying resist normally are your steels and your rocks, and they're both, and 2 of the 3 have a secondary type of that is weak. And then fire, again, no action, like your water type is not weak, or is not like resisting because it's an ice type. So not a fantastically well thing. However, can Hob take advantage of that? Hob has the Infernape there. He's got the Iron Jugulus. He's got Dragapult. So he's got Pokemon whose stabs hit those types very hard, and 2 of them are significantly are within the top, top 6 Pokemon in terms of speed. So maybe we'll see some stuff. Now I wish I made a nice picture or nice way to do this, but I have to time this properly. Boom. All right, we're going to take a look here at Hobbs' team first. Hobbs' team. Which, by the way, let me go look at this. I also need to set up get a way to look at the pick'ems and like figure out like do that like the day of the stream and like see who the community is picking. But right now, the community is voting for Diabito. Okay, so now we're going to take a look at these 6 teams. We're going to take a look here at this 6. We've got Dragapult with Mirror Herb, Will-O-Wisp, Dragon Darts, U-Turn, and Acrobatics, max speed, max attack. Okay, all right. The thinking, I would assume the thinking here is that it is, going to come in on some setup on a Dragon Dance, a Dragon Dancing Dragonite. But and you see the Terra, the flying weakness, Acrobat. He said that looks good. I'm gonna get in there. Will-O-Wisp, I like that. Infiltrator to get through Substitute, love that as well. Good stuff. Good stuff. Head in the Sand, the Terra Espathra, who is at I think last year was not a Terra eligible Pokemon, or last season, season 4. This season it is. Choice Specs, Speed Boost, Terra Normal again. There it is with Hyper Voice, so you get the boost on the Hyper Voice. You don't have to use Terra. You don't have to use Terra Blast there. Dazzling Gleam, Lumina Crash, and Shadow Ball. So you got your stab, and then you got basically really you're good here. Now I would have liked to see U-Turn here, only because you can bring it in mid-turn, and you can't get the speed boost, but you can get you can get the fear, right, that you're going to go for a protect. So like maybe they go for a setup or something like that, right? I like that. Head in the Sand, great name as well for an ostrich Pokemon. Mega Excadrill, which I panicked here. I'm like, did I look at the right team? Because I'm in a Zieo UTOR, which by the way is on the Patreon there, support.grum.tv. I need to put that boom. I need to put that thing right in the okay, we're good, right? Didn't kill the stream, right? Okay, good. Whew. Last time I hit a button and I think I hit it a couple times too many, and it took me to a different OBS profile, and it ended the stream. And I need to make sure that didn't happen this time. Okay, let me go back to this. Thank you. You'll see it's bloodline related. I'm just saying, everybody, that we're starting off with a bloodline, and then we're finishing with bloodline. I got a bloodline shirt. I would say that maybe a check cleared or two. Maybe for Christmas, a check cleared or two. And some conditions of the check clearing. Conflict of interest? It's not, because you see this guy right here? This guy? That's who it's... Okay, this guy. Now, the thing that would have been very funny, right, is if it was over the heart, right? If I knew what I was doing, if I was the t-shirt guy, I would have just flipped this, right? Just flip this. Put this, so when you go, like, hey, I got Roman over my heart, right? The best part about this bit, right, is that, like, this bit of, like, being like, yeah, like, Roman's, like, it's the same thing, like, that people who are, like, hardcore LeBron stans that are not in on the joke of being a LeBron stan. No one takes me serious anyways, so I'm good. No one's gonna be like, wow, he really is really serious about this. It's great. It's fantastic. Anyways, Excadrill, assault mirrored camera. Well, yeah. So here's the thing, right? So the mirrored camera stuff, I still over my right heart. You know, this is where you put your heart. So it's just like, so this is on my left. My heart's here. But anyways, right. So Excadrill, we got Rapid Spin, Earthquake, Iron Head, and Facade. Now Facade, obviously, if he gets a burn from like a Flame Body, Volcarona, or Scorching Sands from a Palisand, those are not great things, obviously, right? But at least Facade, you'll be able to, get a use of that. Max attack, max speed. So far, no bulk here, right? All attack here, right? All attack. Do we see new attack? Do we see more attack? Probably. Total Recall, the Iron Jugulus is going to get the speed boost on its booster energy, Dark Pulse, Air Slash, Earth Power, and Flamethrower. Not bad. See, now, the one thing that I would I feel like these two Pokemon should be flipped. Just because, well, maybe, you know what? No, because you don't really, like, the speed is nice for a late game thing, right? I think I'm wrong. I'm an idiot. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about, right? Dark Pulse, Air Slash, Earth Power, Flamethrower covers the basis of what Diabeetle is weak to. But the problem here, right, and this is a thing that I find myself as I wasn't listening. Oh, good. As a battler, I find myself is when you go and you look at, like, okay, like, who are they weak to? Oh man, they're weak to flying and like, they don't really have a normal check, right? Like, yeah, like oh, well, they do have a normal check. Weird. Okay, all right. Well, you're not bringing all three of these Pokemon, right? And Palossand. Like, there's four. Plus, Shadow Ball takes care of that. Shadow Ball can hit that neutrally, and then it's like, okay, well, we're getting a little too in the weeds here, where it's like, oh hey, like the Flamethrower, Shadow Ball, or Air Slide. Like, if it becomes a problem where you can't hit the things that are all that is left are the things that resist this, that's not ideal, right? That said, strong Pokemon tend to not run into that issue. Then there is the Fezandipity. I dip, you dip, we dip. Great name. Toxic Chain, Heavy Duty Boots, Beat Up, Play Rough, Taunt, and U-Turn. Here's the defense. Look at that. Max HP, max defense, impish nature. Look, Beat Up. The Beat Up is a great tech early game, but late game, it's not fantastic. And then also, similar to, we were just looking at it, there's 3 Pokemon that you can't toxic, or you can't poison, right? You can't poison the Fortress, Berserker, or the Overquill. So Toxic Chain, almost, just about a quarter of his team does not care about that at all, right? Something to be mindful of in the future. And maybe if you have a Fezandipity, or you're thinking about running like Toxic or Toxic Spikes on a Pokemon, they're like, how many Pokemon can come to this matchup, and is it worth it, right? But hey, if you get it on the right Pokemon, nice. Maybe you get it on you get it on the Cornerstone, Ogerpon Cornerstone, great. But again, Beat Up, if you hit it, you hit that Volcarona 6 times, you're not doing a lot of damage, and you got 6 chances to get burned, which ruins your chip here a little bit, because you're not speeding much here with the taunt. So I feel like if you're gonna run taunt, you got to be a little bit faster. Don't know if that is. There's Choice Scarf, Blizzard, Discharge, Trick, and Volt Switch. Everybody, by the way, I look forward to when the next form of maybe we do a ZA OU tour at some point, if Champions isn't out by the summer, when the next. But the Rotoms all get Parabolic Charge in ZA now, and my God, I know it's great on the Belly Bolt, right? Because Belly Bolt's fun and bulky and annoying to deal with. The Rotoms getting Parabolic Charge and Parting Shot is an incredible thing. I love it. It is made. I think we're gonna see 4 Rotoms. Like, there's maybe not 4, but you're gonna see at least 3 Rotoms in like OU level. Trick Scarf Rotoms are good. They're great. I'm just saying, like, this is insane. Champions and out by summer, and then holy shit, Pokemon Company is be hot water. I don't think so. I mean, they probably will be, because they said next. They would be, because they said next 2026 World Champions would be played on Champions, which means it could just be that's the first time. So who knows? But yeah, so there is the 6 for Hob. I think that's a fine set of teams here. The problem is, like, it's 5 hitters, and Hob is a big time click buttons and do damage. Much better recovery than Pain Split. But like, this is the only defensive Pokemon here, and you're asking a Pheasantipity to answer a team with a Latios, a Dragonite that can Terra, a Cloyster that can Terra and Shell Smash, with an Overquill. Overquill can be scary as well. The Ogre Pond, like, it's a lot. The bird is going to be asked to hold up all of these Pokemon, but really, when you have a fast team and you can kind of just be like, I'm going to hit you hard, I'm going to hit you, and if you resist, eventually I'm going to break through. 9 times out of 10, it works out for you. But let's take a look at the reigning defending champion Diabeto and the Sacramento Gophers. And their 6 here. We got Let's Lottie Up. Great name. Fantastic name. Choice Scarf, Draco, Luster Purge, Flip Turn, and Trick. I mean, a Latios with Scarf is a great Scarf option. I've used it like 3 times in my time, and I'm like, dang, I kind of feel like I should get like Latios in a full season of a league and have some fun with it, because it's a dragon type. It's got Levitate, and it's, you know, got 130 special attack and good speed, and it's one of those like 110 Pokemon that is probably going to be a Scarfer nowadays, to outspeed whatever Scarfer is trying to outspeed your fastest Pokemon. But there's nothing wrong with that. Great Pokemon. It also gets Flip Turn. Why the fuck not? Overquill, we've got Black Sludge, Intimidate with Spikes, Bar Barrage, Liquidation, and Throat Chop with max HP and max special defense. Careful Nature. No nickname here. So I'm seeing we're working our way to earning nicknames. I see that I'm seeing certain Pokemon have already earned their stripes here. We're like the Yankees. I see now that Diabeto is full on Dynasty mode and says you have to earn your stripes, which is a nickname. But yes, Overquill, Spikes, Bar Barrage, Liquidation, Throat Chop, standard defensive set here. You got your you have your Bar Barrage to get 50% chance of poisoning, and then does more damage if it's poisoned. Spikes for hazard, and getting to your chip, your Liquidation, and Throat Chop, because why not? I would have liked to see maybe Aqua Jet over Liquidation, just because the priority against such a fast team is nice. But I'm sure we'll see some more. I'm sure we'll see some more priority in a second here. Fortress with Rapid Spin, Stealth Rock, Body Press, and Volt Switch. Here's the defense. These are your defensive core right here. You don't need to worry too much about these guys. They don't share too much. Actually, they don't share any common weaknesses. Their weaknesses, they're neutral to. They're only weak to, one type each. Fire for Fortress and Overquill's, ground. They resist your poison type. Normally you would like your poison type to resist fairy types. Overquill doesn't, but Fortress does. That is also good. And then just good solid stuff. Slow, bulky Pokemon. Rapid Spin can probably get it off in this matchup, just because Fortress does have some tools to deal with a Dragapult that, unless it's running I guess just any max attack flamethrower should be able to kill. But you got your Thunder Waves, you've got Ice Spinner. Gyro Ball would do a lot because just naturally that thing's faster than it. So there are some things that necessarily you don't want to go in against the Fortress to block it with your Spinner, but again, you can also just eat a hit and go for a Volt Switch and bring something in, right? Like the Lottie, who will outspeed, because this is Scarfed and this is not. This is not. That is not good. Shea Simmons, the Dragonite with Dragon Dance, Earthquake, Ice Spinner, and E-Speed. Terra Normal. Disgusting. Multi-scale and heavy-duty boots ensure that they should be able to get a Dragon Dance up, which means E-Speed, Terra E-Speed is going to do lots of damage as well. Ogre Pond Cornerstone, Sturdy with just Swords Dance, Ivy Cudgel, Horn Leech, and the Trailblaze. This will also be faster than the Dragapult after a Trailblaze. I'm just trying to think of looking back at again when you don't have defense, right? Excadrill doesn't want to take a Horn Leech, even though it doesn't even need to be like +2 to do a lot of damage. This Excadrill will not take that nearly well at all. Again, asking Fezandipity to do 100% of the defensive work there. And then Goob Knight, the Sylveon Assault Vest with Hyper Voice, Psyshock, Quick Attack, and Shadow Ball, max HP. So we got a bulky special attacker. So we've got a slightly more defense here from Diabito's team, but again, you have Pokemon who have an insane 140 defense and 75 HP. Great, right? Overqwil has Intimidate, so this defense is technically a little higher because it'll come in on something, intimidate it, and then it'll take a little bit more. It'll take little bit less damage. So essentially making its defense like decent. The math doesn't like math properly. I don't want to be like, oh, like it's like 200 EV. It's not. But it's nice. So I like this team. I like both teams. I do think the early game is probably going to be what has a bit of leverage in this game. I really think this is one of those like with this team, right? Just specifically this team, you can get that rapid spin off, and you'll be faster than the Dragonite. But if it's got multi-scale, you're not killing it, right? Because you're relying on Iron Head as your best move against it. If you get a flinch, cool. But you could also just go Rock Slide. If you're gonna be sitting here going like, oh, let me get the flinch, right? Rock Slide I think does a little bit more there, right? It does it's 120 versus 150 effective power. Same chance to flinch. Obviously, Rock Slide has the 10% chance to miss. I just think that might have been a little bit better to have with the instead of Facade. I also don't like that there's no hazards at all for Hob here. Obviously, Excadrill I think is the only Pokemon here that can. You get Toxic Spikes, right? No, you don't. So yeah, that's it. The only one Pokemon that had any hazards in this matchup, and did not bring them. And against a team with a Dragonite with two sturdy Pokemon, a Pokemon who loves having its multi-scale, would have been great to have, right? All right, so let us rumble. Week 1, Game 1. We've waited 3 weeks and some days, and now I was going to do a whole time bit here, but Diabito has been waiting patiently for this week to get underway, so let's do it. So we'll be taking on here the Sacramento Coughing and the Delaware Fighting Blazikins. Perfect. I timed that great. All right, here we go. Turn number 1. We're opening up with the Scarfalotti against the Dragapult. Lands the Draco and gets the knockout, and it is now scary time. Very scary time. That's right, Corn. That's right. Like I said, we bring in stuff. Lumina Crash, not one of those weird. I feel like you brought your Terra just go Terra. Just click the Terra button and go for the Hyper Voice there. Barbarage, very huge there. 40% gets the freeze. Very big freeze, but not fantastic for like you get the poison, then the freeze there, not great. Rapid Spin, this is so upsetting. Why? I'll have to immediately like could not have happened sooner. Big body press there. And Hob letting 2 Pokemon go down before, and all he's got he does have a frozen Overqwil though. That is true. Now that I think about it, Flamethrower does nothing. Burnt the booster energy there, which is again that's going back to it. The thing you need to do with these Paradox Pokemons if you're going to come in with a boost energy, you got to make it worth it. Did not get it worth it. Play rough. The beat up does not get the whatchamacallit there, the toxic chain. Neither does the play rough. I think I need to go slower for these things, right? I think slow is not slow enough. I need to go slower. Stealth rocks go up, which is really good for Diabeto here. Gets the burn. There is a burn there on the Sylveon, which doesn't affect it too much. It does have quick attack. It does have quick attack, so that quick attack is not going to do as much damage, but Air Slash not getting the kill there, and Burn will not get the knockout either. Hyper Voice does get the kill. Sylveon getting to hang around once more, and just really, a perplexing game here from Hob there. Starting out the game down immediately. You lost your Dragon or your Dragapult. I keep wanting to say Dragonite because Dragonite's in this match. Sylveon getting a quick attack there, but again, like I said, it's burnt, so it's not going to do much. It's also a Sylveon. It doesn't have a lot of attack, and even it's not doing great there. Dazzling Gleam, again, this is where it's like, click the you have no other Terra Pokemon here, right? And just click Terra Hyper Voices. Just go with the Hyper Voices here, right? Because now that Dazzling Gleam doesn't do much, right? There was no reason for Diabeto to not Terra in front of you, especially because you gave that Dazzling Gleam. Hyper Voice at least would have done more damage because you would have got the stab. Plus, it's already it's 10% more. It's got 10 more base power, so you're looking at a 180 move that you could hit, and maybe you crit. I don't think it would have killed, but would have been nice. And yeah, that is the game there from the starting off 20 turns. It went by a little faster than I would have liked it to, and I really just realized I forgot to include something here. I think I need to. Yeah, I forgot to add this to my things here. Hold on, I need to have boom. Okay, all right. So that is game and a crit just for extra, just to rub it in a little bit more, right? Boom! It worked. Excellent. Love it. Okay, great. These work too. I like that a lot. Post-game, little wrap-up stuff. Don't do nothing about that. A Dragonite got the first, because the cleanup, right? I gave it a little bit to a little bit more. Oh yeah, because it got the Rotom Frost there. I forget which game this is. I think it's 4. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Good. I think good. Okay. Good. All right. But yes. So 2 knockouts for the Dragonite getting the first star of the game. All 3 stars belonging to the champions. It just kind of feels right in Diabeto's quest for a 3rd championship here in the DSPL. 2 knockouts for the Sylveon and a knockout and a hazard. Good stuff there. Good stuff there, right? Really strong sets of sets from Sacramento and whatnot. So next week, Diabeto will be taking on Sky, who I think I need to remove that. I just realized now, these all spoil the games. They just all spoil the games. Okay, well, you guys all see the games, for at least these 2 games, right? There's 2 games that you now know the results of. We're not going to show the post-match for this stuff. I just realized this now. We'll be better next week. So it's all Kevin Petullo's fault. But let's bring in, as we do here, one of the few basketball. That's true. Bass did spoiler match. So that's 3 results. So 1 plus that's 4. We know we're not going to see Willie and Didac because that game is not that game wasn't played yet. That got an extension. So there's 2 games now that at least the GMs in mass don't know the result of. I would say the Bloodline knows now all but one result. Maybe they know that one too. I don't know. But either way, as we are often to do here in the DSPL, we bring on the GMs following their games if they would like to, and we can talk about their game. We can, we do all that stuff. So let's bring him in. Let's give him his flowers. Let's clap it up. Or I actually can do that, right? Hold on. I got the applause. Where's the applause? There it is. Clap it up for your reigning, defending Season 4 and Season 2 two-time champion, the coach and general manager of the Sacramento Coughing, Mr. Diabeto.
Coughing.
There it is. Hey,
what's
bud.
up, brother?
Hey, congrats on the not only the win, but also winning the Season 4. I promise, if you win this season, we'll televise it. We'll televise it. It will be.
Heard that one before.
Look, we're like the NBA in the 70s. All right, like we're just not putting our playoff games and finals into we're putting on the tape delay and everything. But yeah, congrats on the win. Also, chat, let me know how he sounds on the.
I probably sound like shit. I'm on speaker. My AirPods just started tweaking, so
no.
Let's make this quick.
Fair. I meant more so just like I can never tell either way. Are we only televising it if he wins? No. Ideally, I'm televising it in general. I'm just saying if he's able to win. All right, good. Vito, congrats on the win. How did it feel to land that Draco right away? Because I think you were about to get Dragon Dart to hell if you did not.
I let it, and I was like, listen, if you're scarfed and go for like Draco or Shadow, I might just go D-Knight and start DDing. But I wanted to skip. I was like, all right, let's lottie up. I let it, and I was like, as soon as I was there, I was thinking like flip turn's probably the smart play. Mm-hmm. But then I had the little poke aim on my shoulder saying to drop it.
Yep.
And we didn't miss, and turn 1 of the season was a kill. And that's great because Pult was a huge threat, mainly because it's the only thing that it can come in on E-Speed.
Mm-hmm.
So like once that was gone, it was like, oh, okay, sick.
Yeah, it was. Obviously, I was talking about it when in the build and everything, but he built his team very specifically for like what he very clearly like, he thought, hey, I'm only gonna have to deal with either Cloister and Ogerpon or Fortress and Cloister. Like it was one of the things where you're looking at, he's like, I can deal with just one special Pokemon. That's all I need for the Cloister. Everything else, I'll deal with whatever the hell that he's going to be bringing with the Dragonite. And I think he didn't expect both the Dragon Dance and the E-Speed. I think if you go back and tell Hob, hey, Dragon Dance E-Speed looks pretty good here, he would at the very least, probably put a scarf on a proper Pokemon.
Yeah, like at first, I didn't even have it. I was like Terrafire with Fire Punch, so I couldn't get burned.
Smart.
Yeah, but then, because I know, like with the terrain and stuff like that, but, like, D-Knight gets Ice Spinner. Mm-hmm. And, like, if he's offensive, like, mail-in DD plus one Ice Spinner just kills it. Right. And then, because the team is, like, it's really fast, like, with good attack and stuff like that, right? So it's, like, but, like, the whole team just kind of loses to E-Speed for the most part.
Yeah.
Where it's like, yeah, you have a bunch of, like, fast and frail attackers, that's cool. I have the move that goes first.
Right.
So, like, once I changed it, because I was like, I'm not really scared, whatever. I can clear terrain for myself. I was like, yeah, we'll just go Terra normal E-Speed. I was really, I didn't bring Cloister or Volt because I was really scared about Opportunist for Spot Throw. Mm. That was something where I was like, if there's ever a week to bring it, it's this one. If I give that thing a Shell Smash, it's probably just over.
Yeah, that's what I feel like is the interesting thing, because you have a lot of setting up, a lot of Pokemon that can set up and be kind of a real problem. And with a opportunist Pokemon, the only opportunist Pokemon in Espathra, like, you know, even going in on a rapid spin, right, gets you to a +1, and it could have been like +1 choice specs opportunist and just get a quiver dance boost,
or even then just like stored power in terrain. Like if I give that thing a shell smash, it's over.
It's not good, not fun. But yeah, I think Hobb builds a different team if this is week 6, because it's obviously there's a little bit of a feeling out process with the games with your team. Every GM has it, where maybe not every GM. I know you've played 76,000 games with your team already, in waiting for the season to officially begin. So I apologize for that, but you know, I think he looks at the team differently. Like, okay, this is what my team does well against this team versus this is just what my team does well, right? That the team he built was very much my team can go 130 miles an hour, and I'll crash into the wall a little bit and ride it and get back on the straightaway. And the wall curved harder than he thought, and it curved right into Sylveon, really. Like, not even Dragon.
Dude, brother. That's my fucking goat for real. That thing's so fucking good.
Yeah,
I mean, it's weird because because of its stats, you usually have to pick between offensive or bulky. Mm-hmm. But then, like, when you pick one side, it's usually just not very good on like that other side.
Yeah.
But like, if you just give it an assault vest,
it's
so it's like, all right, and any special attacker, just bring it in, and then you get the best of both, and it's so much better than any other Sylveon. And
his special attackers don't necessarily match up well. Like, still looking at this, right? Rotom Frost, Indeedee Male, Iron Jugulus, Sceptile, Dragapult, Infernape does get 104, Espathra. Like, there's not a special attacker there that like really can do too much to it. You know, maybe. No,
not at all. You saw Jugulus do 13%.
I was gonna say, like, that, and again, like, that thing wants to get Sludge Bomb so bad. It wants Sludge Bomber so bad. I think it gets Flash Cannon though, so I was surprised to not see that. But just overall, like, coming out of week 1, how do you feel about the squad that you drafted?
Feel great. Terra Dragonite. It's gonna be a real fun year. That thing should not be here, and if it can, it should be like 27 points. So I'm gonna have fun with it while I can.
That's true.
But the team feels really good. Obviously, like, the bulk is the main like concern looking over. Mm-hmm. Like Palisand, Sylveon, and like Overquill, or it's like, can we hold it together long enough for, you know, the broken offensive shit to just win?
Right. And maybe you can. I mean, you do have wish support from the Sylveon. You do have multiple sturdy Pokemon. You do have 2 Intimidators. And then you do have Flame Body, Volcarona, and Multiscale. So, like, I think Spencer said it best, where you have bulk in deceiving ways. Because as long, and no hazards from Hobb also is crazy, but like, if hazards aren't up, you can. Fortress tends to live at least one hit, right? So at the very least, it can get something off, whether it's a spike, a rapid spin, you know, Stealth Rock, Thunderwave, whatever it needs to get off. And then on the flip side, the other sturdy Pokemon, Ogerpon Cornerstone, is fast enough that if it comes in and it lives on sturdy, it's probably going to get a kill, or at the very least do a lot of damage with an Ivy Cudgel, because it is faster than most Pokemon. Maybe not in Hobbs' team, but still, 110 speed is a beautiful speed. It's a supporting cast full of Mons that are happy to usually at least go kill for kill before going down. Yep. What's up, Asian? How you doing, bud? How you doing, Nick? I think the overall the team is a lot of fun to look at. I think we play later this season, and I'm not looking forward to prepping for that. Who knows? That might be like a week where I'm like, whatever, I'm going to build the best 6, and maybe something falls the way I wanted to. Or I get 6-0'd again. Who knows? But, Beto, you take on Sky next week. Any comments for Sky before we let you go?
That team's fucking nuts. It's really good. Like I saw you put it in B because of the removal. Hey man, who gives a shit? That seems fucking horrifying and really good. So we're gonna see what if we can have a nice little just a little rock fight and
We'll see.
move on to week 3.
We'll see who's standing afterwards, right?
Listen, I'm cooking something up. I'm trying to figure out some stuff because that team's real good.
It is. Like I said, that's just my own. Those are my own feelings. But yes, Diabito, champion of the world, reigning defending DSPL champion, 2-time champion. So nice, you got to say it twice. Diabito, the coach of your Sacramento Quaffing. Thank you for joining us, and enjoy your putting your feet up and enjoy. There it is. Watching the rest of the games here as we move on to game number 2 for the week. It's technically the third game on the slate, but it's game number 2 of our week here. We've got the coach. It's not that game. It's this game. It is Nalus and Osh taking on each other. Everyone's favorite thick boys taking on everyone's favorite ruinous champion, ruinous Pokemon of Ruin, the Wochien. Fantastically insane looking speed tier here. But yeah, you got Terra Zarude, Terra Monkey Dory on Asha's side. You guys, the Terra Tornadus T and the Terra Arboliva for Nalus. Nalus's team, all big numbers. You got the fastest Pokemon, the Pokemon with the biggest dex, the largest Pokemon, the tallest Pokemon, the most special defense, the most HP, highest special attack, highest attack, biggest move pool, and then Tornadus is there for fun. And so is Arboliva. Doesn't have the one with the most defense. That is true. Does not have the Pokemon with the highest defense. But take a look here. Also, 3 mythical Pokemon in this matchup. It would have to hate Fat Boy's team. Yeah, look at that. 108 team average HP. Now, the defense, not great. That is a red, right? That is a red defense. The special defense, very high. But again, this is one of those Spencer said the deceiving bulk. This is also a deceiving bulk, but kind of on the other side because Blissey does have 255 HP, horrible defense, right? And Dondozo, great HP, okay special defense, right? Mudsdale, perfect Pokemon. Petrant, bulky, but like Petrant there. Tornadus has bulk there as well because you can tear it and it still has Regenerator. And then the Mew can be bulky as well. So it's a very deceiving bulk, but also not deceiving bulk. And then Asha's team on the other side there. That is a very high attack, 98 near 100. Tinglu's 110, and you just kind of go bulk and attack almost every week on that. Grimmsnarl's got 120, which is deceiving. I know a lot of people, and it's also not tends to get used, but it does have potential where you could do bulk upsets and be very scary. Bramblegast, love that guy. That guy's great. He's fantastic. Zapdos is annoying as hell. Monkey Dory, gotta show me something. I think this is real. Trey Young type. Hey man, you've been in the league, who is it? It's for the Bills. Is it Keon Coleman? I love cookies. I know Cam Newton's looking at Monkey Dory. I love cookies, and that's how he treats Monkey Dory, and that's probably fair because Monkey Dory. Everybody thought he was going to be great. 130 at special attack. A special poison his ability toxic chain hits things even if it's special. So it doesn't need to worry about Rocky Helmet. Fucking Monkey Dory. 106 speed's not terrible. You can make it a Terra Captain. It also gets Frisk. Not bad there, right? And then you have Zapdos on the offensive side as well. Heatran. Johnner a couple years ago had it as the kill leader for a season. Love it. As far as I think this is where now I'm looking at this now because it's the first time I'm looking at like this sheet not looking at Hob and Diabetes. I do think that this is a good like it does give me a good representation of the best strength and notable weaknesses. Poison, electric, and grass, right? There's a Zapdos. You got plenty to deal with it, right? Maybe at least on its the flying side, maybe not on its flying side, the electric side, maybe not on its flying side. Grass, Zarude. I mean, Zarude's is the mythical Pokemon. It's your Terra Zarude though, so it doesn't really care. And then Poison, whoo, buddy. Monkey Dory may not be coming to this week. Just a matter of fact, it might not show up there. But weak to ground, weak to fire, and weak to water. Maybe Tentacruel isn't the kind of Pokemon that can deal and attack that. But hey, Terra Water Zarude does kind of go crazy versus this team, except for the Regieleki. But everything else, whew, no one's picking Pikachu. Twisted, how we doing, bud? Ash's Triple Dark are good here. Ash's Triple Dark is good here because your Dark type does not resist Dark. But it's one of those things. The notable weakness is I got to figure out a way to incorporate like a lack of checks, right? Like if there's nothing there, that's bad. But yeah, like Nalus is gonna have to get like a Terra Dark or Terra Fairy or Terra Fighting Arboliva, or Tornadus. But the fire Heatran looks pretty good. Ting Lu looks pretty good. And no Fairy for Nalus, right? Yeah, no Fairy for Nalus is not great either. On the other side, which is also for Ash, is a good thing because Ash is pretty weak to. He's got triple Dark types, and they're all weak to Fairy. But he does have Tentacruel. He does have Heatran, and he does have Monkey Dory, who might tear. But also you have like Ash's. It's funny to see notable weaknesses because it's like yes, he does have resists, but he also has way too many like weaknesses. Fighting as well, even with because you're a Dark type and you're Fairy type and your Fairy type does not resist fighting because it is weak to its Dark side makes it neutral to it. Just really strong matchup here for like the fans. These are two bulky ass fucking teams that can hit hard. 108 HP, 97 attack team average, and 96 for Nalus. 92 HP, 98 attack, 94 team average special attack for Ash. And both teams are rough. I mean, like Ash's team is, faster for sure. But that's because there's a big drop between Hoopa and Cranidos. I love the invisible Terramon on the bottom. Yeah, I don't know why that did that. I don't know why. That's a pulling thing I got to figure out. But that's that, right? Let's take a look here at Nalus's team. We have Dan Dex number, the Petron with Rocky Helmet, Malignant Chain, Shadow Ball, Recover, Parting Shot. Typical Petron set as far as the moves. Interesting little spreads here. 241. Good number. Gets outspeed some of them other Pokemon that it needs to as one of the faster Pokemon for Nalus. But yeah, Parting Shot's great. Recover. This man spreads. He does. Look, he's got it over there. Like couldn't have put 4 into defense just for the fun of it. But yeah, this Petron's going to be a problem. It just is going to be a problem. Petron first season it's allowed in the league. Mainly because it's annoying to deal with. I tend to think annoying Pokemon should be a little bit more money because it's a tax. Because you're taxing your opponent's mental health for having to deal with these Pokemon. But again, triple Dark Pokemon, triple Dark, so maybe not necessarily the biggest problem for Ash. Then there's Amabeliva, the Terra Poison. So we're gonna go Terra Poison, which doesn't necessarily help with some of the Pokemon here that he's gonna be facing per se. Like, let me just take a look here real quick, right? Terra Poison, it really is just there for. I mean, I don't know if Terra Poison was the right call. I think maybe Terra Fairy would have been the right call there. Or even Terra Fighting. But probably Terra Fairy. Terra Fairy, I believe, is great. Seed Sower, Energy Ball, Earth Power, Strength Sap, and Protect. Max, a lot of bulk here. The reason I say I don't think that this is the best, right, is because now you're asking, like, you're basically hoping to get the Monkey Dory to stay in and call your bluff on your Terra. But that's also because there's another Terra Pokemon here, so maybe you can play around this. So, Saul Speedman, the choice specs Regieleki with Thunderbolt, Volt Switch, Rapid Spin, and Ancient Power. As soon as that Ting-Lu is gone, this Pokemon looks like can do a lot of damage, because I think that's really about it, especially if Zarude Terras. Not great. Henrietta, HP, Heal Bell, Soft Boil, Stealth Rock, and Seismic Toss. Taunt. This Pokemon hates to see a taunt coming, but we are insane. We have seen Blissey be who's taking a knock from Zarude. So far, no one. So far, nobody. Nobody is taking a knock from Zarude. Which is why I thought Fairy would probably have been the right call there. But yeah, Henrietta, Heal Bell's good there. But here's the other thing, right? So Heal Bell, you got a poison Pokemon who can't be poisoned, cannot be whatchamacallit, paralyzed. After Arboliva Terras, it can't be poisoned. So half of your team doesn't appreciate two of the more frequent statuses. And I just think that there might have been, and this might have just been like thrown on and then was like, I don't really need this. But also, Seismic Toss is good damage. But sometimes you want to get, I mean, we've seen Serene Grace Thunders paralyze Pokemon. Like, it's kind of disgusting. Like, this Pokemon has a lot of types, or a lot of moves here that benefit having Serene Grace. You know, we just saw 30% chance with Body Slam. Sure, its attack is dog shit, but 60% chance to paralyze, not bad. 30% chance to flinch with Rock Slide, 20% chance with Shadow Ball becomes 40. 30%, 60% chance. Like, some of these things are like, yeah, I'm not saying you need to run all attack. Assault Vest Blissey is a great, hilarious set that Didac ran. And it worked out for him because he damn near beat me with it. Because my poor Bastiodon could have. We're reminiscing too much. Seb special attack, choice scarf. We're running physical with the special attack Pokemon. We do have Psy Shock though, but Ice Punch, Drain Punch, and Hyperspace Fury, all beautiful moves there. Love the Maharaja. That's right. That's we don't hinder the gender. Love Hoop Unbound. I want to use it, especially as a Taro. But Protective Pads, Tornadus. That'll help with the getting status, or getting staticked from the Zapdos, Bleak Windstorm, Terra Blast, Terra Ice, Focus Blast, and U-Turn. I mean, he said, hey, he's got. Oh, you can't see it because it's over here, but he said, hey, there's a lot of weaknesses there, a lot of ice weakness there, and I do like that. I do like that a lot there, but you still remain weak to rocks with that, so that's the only downside. Let's take a look at Osh. Zarude Sandstorm. The Zarude, Osh is ice cold, baby. Expert Belt, Close Combat, Crunch, Swords Dance, and Terra Blast. So no knock here, no ground, no dark type move here at all. The Monferno cow. That's so disrespectful. It's funny, but it's so disrespectful. Zarude with Expert Belt, it has Crunch, not Knockoff, which I think going forward, I'm going to get in Osh's ear and just tell him, hey, if you're only going to run one dark type move, run Knock, because Knock does more damage on average. Swords Dance, Terra Blast, Terra Ground, not bad, right? That's going to hit really everything you need it to. It hits the Reggie, and it doesn't count for. I mean, like everything else here just does not want to take that. Give that thing. Gordon, remember, I'm hasty. Give that minus defense. That's true. But that defense. Yeah. I mean, it. I don't know. So this is also. This is also. I mean, the defense lower is nice, but 20% chance to get the defense lowering, right? Or guaranteed to remove an item, right? Guaranteed to remove leftovers. Guaranteed to remove a choice spec. Guaranteed to remove heavy duty boots. Choice scarf. Protective pads. Like these are all like against like the Tornadus, right? If you have, especially if this Terra's and it's no longer flying type, now it's weak to rocks and now susceptible to spikes. You need it. Need the knockoff. Need knockoff. Bird Jesus, Zapdos, Assault Vest with Volt Switch, Thunderbolt, Heat Wave, and Ancient Power. I like this set. I like this spread, I should say. I like the set, but I like the spread. He just said, I got decent bulk. I got 90 HP is not bad. I'm going to max out my defense and throw an Assault Vest on. Because, like, if you do that, right, 216 gets, I mean, it's like more. It's like you're doing much more. Slow Volt Switch. I like this spread. I'm going to, like, I don't think that's actually that bad of a spread to like, spread. Like, it's just like, I need this to be defensive. And with the way the calculations work, you know, more defense is better if you want to resist hits. But you are now, again, rocks, you take 25% and you can lose your, your Assault Vest, right? Yeah, so, like, it's not bad, right? And, like, here's the thing. You could probably get a little bit out of this by being like, hey, I want to go, bold, right? And then bold gets you to, 295, and now you're really doing it, right? Well, I don't want that. That's not what I want to make sure this is right for posterity's sake. We got the Rapid Spin, Bramblegast, Attack and Speed, Power Whip, Strength Sap, Shadow Sneak. Perfect. Love this guy. He's great. This man ate Beto's son. Don't worry, Beto. Your son's legacy lives on. Your son's legacy lives on. At least his legacy of being eaten by Bramblegast. The Kira Slide, what a name. Ice Spinner, Dragon Claw, Taunt, and Shift Gear. Cyclizar with Regenerator. I would have liked to see a U-turn here. I don't know if you necessarily don't like Ice Spinner to get rid of Soulseer. I understand. I think maybe this is where this can be U-turn. Obviously, we banned Shed Tail, Last Respects, and Revival Blessing. So, but again, no knockoff. Like, this is two Pokemon now that can have knockoff that do not have knockoff. Not great. Marty Supreme. Ting Lu with Stealth Rock, Whirlwind, Body Press, and Lash Out. Welcome to oh boy. Oh, buddy. Yeah, welcome to the device. Get ready to enjoy your time there. As long as it doesn't get taunted. But yeah, triple darks here, right? So triple darks and a normal type. Terra Fighting, Arboliva goes nuts against this team. Also, no flying type move for Bird Jesus, the Zapdos, and no Focus Sash Grimmsnarl with Flatter. See, this is why. All right, I want y'all to understand, DSPL, we do things a little different here. We like to have fun. Swagger and Flatter are fun moves because if you get confused, yeah, it's hacks. It sucks. It shit happens, right? But it is so funny. It is so funny to watch that burn up in somebody's face. As an onlooker, if it happens, it'll be fun to watch Grimmsnarl swagger a Pokemon that is a physical attacker and then immediately get knocked out. Or flatter a special attacker and immediately get knocked out. No Mirror Herb on Swagger is sad. Right, that is the only downside to this, right? That is the most fun you can have with Swagger and Flatter is a Mirror Herb set. To have flashback. This is going to be a fun set. Maybe not in this match, but it'll be a fun set in the future. Thunderwave Swagger, Leech Life. We're just here to be a big incel. That's it. Grimmsnarl being a big incel. All right, let's hit the button so we can do the fun thing, right? And then we can talk about this. Oh yeah, I gotta. Where is this? Over here. Okay. Boom. Let's get ready to rumble with the Midwest, Wochiens, and the Twin City Thick Boys. All right, let's see. Did I put this where it needs to go correctly? Okay. Okay. This will work. I'll try to keep track of stuff for you all. All right. So, Petrun, starting off here. Wow, this is really slow. Huh. Okay, Petrun leading off against Grimmsnarl here. Grimmsnarl misses the swagger. Again, like I said, there's fun to this. Big probably for the scuff replay. It's all good. Malignant Chain goes off, and it gets the confusion, so the Pokemon that wanted to get the confusion is now the confused one. And it's toxic, which is huge for... And again, now you can see right off rip. Turn number 1 with Petrun, why this Pokemon is annoying. No steel Pokemon, by the way. No, did not bring a Pokemon who can resist. Did not bring Tentacruel. Did not bring the Monkey Dory into this matchup. The Petrun really turning into a problem off rip. 2 Malignant Chains, 2 massive toxic and confusions there. Going for the parting shot, brings in the Blissey, who will naturally eat whatever this bird is going to do. Back-to-back chains where it really matters is nuts. Yeah. Volt Switch doing 9%. That is a adamant max attack Volt Switch doing 10%. God, I love Blissey. And again, fearing... This is a brave move, okay? Brave move. Because this Pokemon can have knockoff and being like, oh, I'm going to go to this, it might not have been the bravest that could. I mean, it can live it for sure, but it's still not a great move. Not a great, a safe move, I should say. The taunt still here, so taunt can't parting shot here, but doesn't matter. You know you're faster. Shadow Ball doesn't get the kill, but the toxic will get the kill. Thunderbolt doing 47. Good golly, Miss Molly. Big damage there. And Bird Jesus goes down with 47 HP. 40. Yeah, I guess it's 47 HP. It's rounding weirdly here. Taunt is over. Grimmsnarl comes out. The Grimmsnarl, again, if the Grimmsnarl had a move here that could do a little bit, like, could have gone. I think you can go for, you have taunt, right? Or at the very least can maybe do something different. Leech Life, huge Leaf Life, actually. Incredible, because it went super effective into the Arboliva. The Arboliva here is in a position where maybe it can just kind of go off here, right? It has Swagger, it has the Leech Life. Big incel here going for a Thunder Wave, does not get it. Is down. That is unfortunate. But Asha's team yes, already down. The Swagger comes in. It hits. Big time. Look, big time. Does the confusion. Hits the confusion. But again, Arboliva being not a physical attacker, it's only going to do a little bit of damage there. It's in a bulkier set, so really you're just trying to bide yourself some turn here. Grimmsnarl switching out to Marty Supreme. Ooh, don't know if that's the right call. You're expecting another... Yikes. Definitely was not expecting an energy ball there, or I don't know. That rough just because you have the Zarude there. The Zarude would have been the better switch there. But Energy Ball is going to get the kill there. Tinglu goes down. Regieleki looks incredible from this point, even with the Cyclizar. It's Choice Spec, Cyclizar, could maybe deal with it in take, but like it doesn't. We know that the Cyclozar doesn't have a move. I mean, a shift gear Dragon Claw would be okay. Swords Dance comes out in a big way, and I believe it goes for the energy ball. It goes for 28. Whew, 28. I know that's a yikes. Zarude going for... See, now this is why if you had knockoff, right? You can just click knockoff here. Knockoff here is doing 135, or no, it gets a 50% boost, right? Because of the thing. Crunch, look how much Crunch did. Now, if that was knockoff, that's a kill. That is a kill. And now you're giving this a boost. A health boost. And again, it's very funny to look at the Arbelieve and having it 2 times, +2 attack. But Zarude going for another Swords Dance. Now 2.5. Now you know Crunch is definitely going to kill. Crunch absolutely does an insane amount of damage to whatever comes out, right? If you're Nalus, maybe you just sit here and go, hey, I'm gonna, oh, goes for the Terra. Terra Blast gets the kill. Huge, because you do now have the Regieleki now can't come in and revenge it. But I think I don't think Crunch might have not gotten the kill. Now that I think about it, from that, right? Ice Punch, the Scarf gets the kill. The Scarf Ice Punch gets the kill on Zarude, as the score now goes to 5-3 in favor of the Midwest Wochiens. And Grimmsnarl coming out. Don't want to get... Well, actually, you don't care. Go ahead. Get me... Like, again, maybe you're sitting here going, hey, this could have a play rough. Or he has Leech Life, I guess. Which is... Yeah. But I feel like you still get the kill from there, right? From... Like 18? Hold on. 36? You don't get the kill from 36? You don't get the kill from 36? It's... All right, Hoopa. Huge Leech Life. Big Leech Life. So much so that it ended up with less... had 36, used Leech Life, and ended up with... Maybe could have just stayed. Switch is fine, though. Yeah, Switch is definitely fine. It's free. It's definitely a safe play, right? Swagger comes in, and now Dandex is confused, but unfortunately for Osh, it fights through the confusion, gets off the recover, and the big incel finds himself on the edge of euphoria for the first time in his life. Gets the Thunder Wave, which doesn't matter too much, because I believe that was a max attack. It doesn't really, because the Bramble could do for a couple Shadow Sneaks in a row, could get the kill. But the other thing about this that I'm saying, that if you're Osh and you're not bringing knockoff on your knockoff Pokemon, then you got to bring Poltergeist on Bramblegast. Otherwise, it is not really particularly worth it, because you are not going to have... Like, the synergy isn't there. Like, if you had knockoff on 2 Pokemon, but you had Poltergeist, and then you're like, oh, crap, like, that's a useless move. I've been there. I've done it myself. This is why I'm saying it. Yeah, not great. But if you're not going to go for knockoff because you want your Brambleghast, like, because you want them to have the item, then you go with... You got to have Poltergeist. I ain't risking a confusion. Oh, sure. I mean, sure, you're not. I mean... Yeah, but here's the thing now. You can't get confused. You're a Dark type. Prankster does not affect Dark type Pokemon. So you are immune from that confusion. Big shift gear. All the greed here from Osh. All the greed. I know he needed a para to save that there. But that will be it for Osh, because the Shadow Sneak is absolutely not doing enough damage. Power Whip is not Definitely not. 17. Making the contact. Which, by the way, it does make contact because Power Whip is using part of, like, you're making contact. It's not like your Power Whip is you're using, like, you're whipping the Pokemon with something of you. Hyperspace Fury gets the knockout, gets the kill. And that will be a 5-0 victory for Nallis. Now, I will tell you who the 3 stars are because I know who the 3 stars are. I did it myself. But you can kind of see it here. Power Whip, make contact. Powie, R, Whip, make conta. Connecticut. The 3 stars, because I don't want to spoil the matches, right? I don't want to spoil the matches yet. I would like to not spoil the matches, I should say. Petron, obviously, you're going to get the 3 stars there. 3 knockouts, 2 statuses, great. Hoopa getting 2 knockouts. And then Zarude getting a knockout for Osh gets him the thing. So all 3 mythicals getting your 3 stars there. Great for the mythical fans of Pokemon. Now let's come on in here, bud. I know you're here. I see you.
I am here.
By the way, the community voted for you to win, so the community is 2-0.
Yay!
So far this week. Good for them. I didn't like actually vote just because I never got around to unvoting. So I will say I did not vote, but congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Very fun to watch the big number Pokemon do big number Pokemon things.
They are doing big number things. That is their goal. That is their love. That is why I picked them. Mm-hmm. Although Hoopa's not doing its particular big number thing, but hey, it worked out.
I mean, it got 2 kills, and
yeah, but it did it with attack rather than special.
True,
attack.
That's true. Defense nuts. There's a bench. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I'm looking at the Daibu saying that the red defense. It's because Blissey has 10 defense. If you take Blissey out of there, and
that average that is messing up the average quite a lot.
yeah, that is very funny to look at.
If I had the Regirock, then maybe it would have balanced out.
That's true. That's true. Maybe.
But no, I had to get that taken from me.
That damn corn. Damn corn.
I bet he doesn't even have butter on him.
I don't know. I wouldn't know. But yeah, so the a fun match to watch, especially if you're a fan of like the broken shit. Oh, he's buttered. He said I'm buttered, baby.
He's buttered. Oh shit.
How does it feel to use Petrunt, a Pokemon that hey, Ink, too sweet me, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. A Pokemon that despite it being in the format, the draft league format, most leagues using it and allowing it and putting it in a fairly, I would say, a fairly reasonable, maybe even cheap option. How do you feel like the price that you got it at? Because you got it, I believe, at 19. I set the damn tier and I can't remember. I want to say it was 19. 18 points, which is a little bit more than most other leagues have had. Do you feel that Petrunt, where do you feel Petrunt lies? Like, is it closer to where you've paid for it, or do you feel like you've still overpaid for that Pokemon?
Honestly, I'm gonna. I think it could be like maybe 1 point lower. I don't think I would say that it would be anything lower than that. Not in this draft league at the very least, because when I picked this, the immediate reaction was, ugh. Like,
it was.
At least 2 of the other people in the league. And I get it. This Petulant-looking dumbass that just spreads toxic while doing damage at a 50% ratio, while also being able to just parting shot for no reason. Like, it literally is just the most toxic mon, and thank God it landed into the theme, because it's very nice. Um, yeah, no, it's just I hope it does everything I want it to, and it will have to live as my substitute big defense mon, as well as being the highest dex number currently.
Yeah. Well, I remember when I was like, wait, yeah, it's got the high. I'm like, no, it doesn't. Like, there's multiple Pokemon who have a higher defense. I mean, we talked about Cloyster, Regirock has been alluded to a lot here. But yeah,
Avalugg is the next one after Regirock.
I was gonna say Avalugg, and then both, and then I think Hisui's or Cloyster then Hisui. I think Hisui is like 175.
No,
or is it
Avalugg is 184.
Okay, both forms.
Yeah. So it goes Regirock, Avalugg, then I think Cloyster, and then there might be one more before Petrarunt, but Petrarunt's at 160, so it's definitely up there.
Yeah, Spencer brought up a good point here. And obviously, this goes without saying, if you're in the chat and you have any questions for the coaches, always go ahead and
absolutely.
ask. But Spencer said it's nuts how much damage it does without the attack stat behind it. And, I mean, we saw it did 50% to a AV, and like an AV Zapdos. And yeah, it didn't have the HP, but...
It did 28% to it. I hit it twice.
Oh, you did hit it twice, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a 100 base power poison move. If they literally flip-flopped the accuracy and proc chance of Zap Cannon and just put it on it and made it toxic instead of paralyzed.
That is true. That is actually very true.
It's messed up.
That is true. I never thought about that. It's basically Zap it is Zap Cannon, but a better. But and then also adding adding in the confusion.
Yeah, that they were like, okay, well now it's a 50% proc chance. It's also Gen 9, so we need to power creep it.
And you allowed
a little. Let's give it an ability that cares about that.
Look, Arn, it wouldn't have been that bad if the larger majority of the league voted to go to soft Ubers, because then you'd be like, oh hey, look, Petrarunt doesn't stand out as much because hey, there's a fucking Dialga here. Like, what got, but...
Like, oh my god, you have a Petrarunt? Too bad I have a Deoxys.
Right. Here's look at my fucking Fluttermane. Eventually, maybe, Arn. We'll see.
Yeah. One day.
Yes.
One day, Arn.
So, I'll ask you one more question before, talk about it next week. But... Are you going to write down that dark types are immune to Prankster going forward?
Probably. I mean, I also just may have been thinking of a normal Hoopa, because that's the one I have most experience with. Just forgetting it's a dark type. Triple... I was talking with a friend prepping for this match, and he was just like, man, the triple dark type looks pretty good here. Maybe he's like, maybe I leave the Tingaloo at home, but maybe not. And then the Zarude, I literally prepped this match going into it being like, yeah, I don't beat this Zarude unless I might just lose Solo Bolo to this Zarude, so I'm just going to hope I don't.
Yeah, that's the thing is that I think the Zarude set, obviously, Swords Dance is great.
Yeah, I think he went the right set. Like if that was a bulkier set, I think I need to land a move with Tornadus, otherwise I just get swept.
I think the going with Crunch over like not going with knockoff, I think was a mistake there. But then also I feel like if he had gone just gone Terra Blast and then because the ground and dark type coverage, it'll hit everything. Like, there's no levitating Pokemon here, so you don't have to worry about a fairy type becoming a levitating Pokemon. And then when there's no Dondozo, you're like, okay, cool. I don't have to worry about my setup not being ignored. Trailblaze in place of close combat, and you're like, okay, I'm now faster than everything, except the Regieleki. I'm immune to it because I'm a ground type. And then I'm +2, and Knock and Terra Blast cover everything. That's the only thing where
Yeah.
I'm like, oh man, like, and that's again similar like we talk about Hob, and this also goes for like the winning teams as well. It's like, yeah, the losing teams have the reasoning or the excuse, whatever you want to call it, for I'm getting used to the team. So is the other side. You know, the winning side's also gonna be like, hey, like, I looked at this team. This is the best team. Whether or not it's the most cohesive team is a different story. Maybe next week against Cornman, maybe you go, hey, this team is a little bit more cohesive. I like this. All right. So going into that match, your revenge for Reggie Rock. Unfortunately, Reggie Rock is not on the line. Winner does not get the Reggie Rock.
I know.
As much as we've tried in the past to do that with the Pikachus and other Pokemon, and like just like, hey, like, give me
how
my
about
fucking
from
bird.
now on we play for Auntie?
Look, season 6, we gamble. But yeah, going next week, your matchup is against Cornman. How are you feeling about your prospects? He's in the call right now. And if he's not in the call listening, he's definitely got the ability to go back in the stream, because he, like you person watching this, should subscribe to me on YouTube, as well as follow me on Twitch, so then you can watch the YouTube on demand. But yeah, how are you feeling about the matchup?
God, am I glad. The only thing I'll say about this matchup is, God, am I glad that Ogre Brown can only Terra Grass.
That is true.
Grass Terra type Pokemon in a row, and this one can't get out of the resistance. It can't just become a new resistance.
It's the one good thing. But hey, gotta be careful. That team got some juice to it.
I'm the rest of this team. Whether or not I feel like prepped or not giving anything away, terrifying. I just know I'm going to get pickpocketed by this Tinkaton, and I'm going to have to declare bankruptcy.
Gonna run your pockets. All right.
Exactly.
Well,
I
now
got all my Christmas money in there, man. Still.
Now, Alice, congrats on being 1-0, 5-0. You share that distinction with the reigning champion, who's also 1-0 with a +5 differential. So two 5-0 starts here to begin the season. The hyper offense might be a thing, or it might just be early season. It might be like maybe we just have become the NFL, where like there's just like a 40-point game to start the season because no one took the preseason seriously, and it just happens that the team that's been together longer is better.
I don't know if I'd call my team hyper offense, but
I'm not saying I'm not like, that's why I was like, I wouldn't call it hyper offense.
Yeah.
But it's hyper. Those numbers are hyper in the sense that they're
They're all in a sugar rush.
Now, as general manager of your 1-0 Midwest Wochians, thank you for joining me, bud, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Have a good one, man.
All right, here, let's get ourselves to game number 3 on the night with Orin, or in character, Mr. Drevis, and the Montreal Mismagius, taking on the Minnesota Lichen Wolves. As you can see there, fast, bulk, interesting Terra captains. We've got Terra Colossal, Terra Palmot, Terra Frostmoth for Orin, and then Terra King Gambit and Clawitzer for Basque. A lot of fun here. We got bugs. We got hella bugs here. We got hella cute little guys. We got rude dudes with attitudes. We got Toxapex. But hey, no, great, a lot of fun teams here. Let's take a look here at this matchup, a little bit more in depth. I'm really liking this. I'm liking this a lot. It's a weird immunity. It is a weird immunity. Orange team here, a lot of red there, but you got to remember it's a lot of red because two of his Pokemon are not fully evolved. You got the Zorua and you've got the Paldean Wooper, right? That said, his team is still pretty slow. his team is still pretty slow. You got the 125, but then there's nothing between Darkrai and Palmot, so there's nothing there between, like, that basically allows the the Screamtail to, if it wants to be faster than the Palmot, can run a little bit less because it's never going to try to catch up to Darkrai there. And then from the Palmot to the Landorus Therian, that's another 14 base points, which is enough, I think, for you to run like an Adamant, Adamant and not be able to, or Adamant or Modest and not worry about like a speed thing if you're close. But I do think that if you're like 104, like you still have to worry about that. Rotom, so we see another Rotom here. In like the middle part's good, right? But then it's like 65 to 30, But hey, Colossal's a problem. So is I love Terra Palmot. It is such a fun Pokemon. You just Terra Electric and just spam double shocks. It's great. Terra Frostmoth is also interesting. Another Quiver Dancer. Ice Scales is really good. You basically get like an Assault Vest, which is great. So you can run boots, so you're not quadruple weak to them. But special attacking is definitely this team's forte here. Darkrai, and the Sinistcha and the Frostmoth and the Slowking Galar all hit pretty swell. I mean, even the Zorua hits as hard as harder than the Palmot on the special side. 80 is not terrible, and 65 base speed's not. I mean, it's bad. It's not great, but also you can play around with the illusion ability there. Electric, Steel, and Poison are its best, like the the most checks it's got. Which for looking at Basque's side of things, it's not important, this matchup. Notable weaknesses to Ice, Water, and Ground, which that Clawitzer looks pretty strong, pretty good this week. That Dark Pulse is going to hurt Sinistcha, but Water tends to just run through everything else here. Speaking of Basque's team, similar makeup there, but he does have something between the Talonflame and the Toad's Cruel. His speeds are a little bit more spread out there. Still slowish team, but the defenses are there for Basque, which I've said this when we were talking about the draft for Basque. It's not the most typical Basque team. He's got a team here that can take some hits and let his hitters do some really good stuff. He can basically let the Clawitzer come in and click fucking Water Pulse, Specs Water Pulse, It lets the King Gambit come in at the end and kind of just sucker punch everything to death. Even it's like, oh cool, you killed my tanks, that's fine. I'm going to send this guy in who can Terra and become a real problem for you. Rillaboom, 125 attack as well. Not bad. There's a lot of sneaky priority on this team. You got the Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom, Gale Winds on Talonflame. You've got Aqua Jet on Clawitzer. You got Sucker Punch. Sticky Webs help with your speed issues. This matchup, maybe not so much, because you do have a Colossal and a Scizor over there who does technically have the ability to get rid of hazards. Really strong against Grass, Steel, and Fairy. So not the strongest Sinistcha offensive match, because Ghost isn't necessarily hitting a lot. It's hitting two things for super effective damage, and that's about it. But there's you got your normal and your dark type there. Notably, though, Basque is weak to fire, ground, and dark. So that Darkrai looks pretty. Darkrai could do something, because the only dark resist on this team is the Terra King Gambit, and that thing as soon as that Terra's out of it, there's nothing that'll be able to withstand that. And hell, even Zorua can just go like, I don't know if Zorua gets Dark Pulse, or you can teach it Dark Pulse. So I don't know if that would. I think it does get Dark Pulse, so you could. Yeah, it should, because it gets like the Hisui version gets gets Shadow Ball, I think. So, like, why wouldn't that get the equivalent, right? But maybe not the best Scizor match, you know? Probably not, given what's on that other side. But let's take a look at what these general managers brought to the match, starting with Darkrai here. From Orin there, I Need Sleep, Life Orb, Substitute, Dark Pulse, Ice Beam, and Sludge Bomb. So, bulky subset. So, you know, nice to be able to, you know, not get chipped, per se, by, or in an end game scenario, against the King Gambit. If your substitute's up, you're good. You're okay. But speed. Making sure. Now, again, I've said, you know, this always comes up. If you want to, this is enough of a speed difference, 125 to 11. Anything that's going to be scarfing is going to outspeed the high number, right? So just go to the next thing. Go to outspeed this, you know, and you go, okay, cool. I outspeed this. And then I can add some bulk, because here's the thing, right? Substitute plus Life Orb. You're losing 35% of health the first time you attack from behind a substitute. And you're kind of playing with the math has to math to where Life Orb, because the way it rounds down, you want Life Orb to essentially give you an 11th turn. Imagine you just click Dark Pulse 11 times. That's how you knock yourself out, right? But then you add the substitute, and the math completely gets fucked with, because now you're losing 3 of them. So now you're down to 8. But then you need to. It doesn't. It's weird math. But in an end game scenario, it doesn't necessarily matter. But if for some reason you bring it in during a matchup, or just in general have another situation where you're like, hey, I'm gonna get set up behind a substitute, get set up, and then Life Orb. It could be maybe not the greatest, but like the set, obviously Darkrai is a lot of fun. Wish it got true Bolt Beam coverage, but it is what it is. The Slow King, Regenerator, Toxic Spikes, Chilly Reception, Future Sight, and Sludge Bomb max attack with sassy nature there. Good call. Some defense investment there, not bad. I love Slow King Galar. He's so much fun to use, and especially like Slow King. Having used Slow King, it's not quite the same. There's something about Slow King Galar that is just fundamentally feels better. And Chilly Reception is great because Snamoth, the Frostmoth, gets one Light Clay with Aurora Veil is great. Terra Fairy, he also gets a defense boost, so this gets to an even scarier. This becomes 360 defense in the snow, and then you get the Aurora Veil off. Being slower though, not great. Also, the fact that if rocks go up, you can only come in like once, right? Ice Scales is great, right? Because Ice Scales, it's half damage from special attacks. 460 or more, right? Because it would be 360, and then I think it's like one of those things where like it wouldn't be 480 after the Aurora Veil because it's 360. So it becomes like, I think it comes like closer to, it's either like 540 or 720, essentially, because of how the damaging like works. I think it's 540, which is still crazy. Because then you also have Ice Scales with special defense. Very scary Pokemon here, but rocks. This Pokemon does not want to see rocks, and I'm sure this guy here will be pretty good for him. He got them paws, the Palmot leftovers, Iron Fist, Knockoff, Bulk Up, Ice Punch, and Close Combat. I believe because this thing does not get Drain Punch, right? That's the one thing where it's like, damn. That said, I wouldn't mind seeing a Thunder Punch here instead of Knockoff. As funny as it sounds, right? I wouldn't mind seeing, because what are you doing to Toxapex? What is this Pokemon doing to Toxapex? Especially if it goes Terra Fairy, right? I'm not actually sure the screen's calc is the same as doubling your defenses. I know that items calc in different parts. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's I think it's closer to 540. I don't think it's a true double, but it does half damage. So I think it's a comparative number. I'd have to like open up the calcs like to really get granular there. But hey, I like this. Hey, I know that I like this because I know that 100 speed tops out around 110 stops out at 330. So this doesn't outspeed a max speed Screamtail, right? Because I'm pretty sure we saw that with the Diabeto Lottie, right? 350. Oh, no, that is right. Okay, no, 330 is no, 330 is the 100. I gotta trust my gut more often. I'm just not trusting my gut today, it seems. I like this, right? Fairy lets it, especially if this Aurora Veil gets up, Fairy's gonna be a problem to get through, especially after a bulk up. But yeah, close combat's great. Ice Punch, knockoff, good stuff. The reason I say the reason I like Thunder Punch in place of knockoff, or even in place of Ice Punch, right? Because what is Ice Punch? Ice close combat. 1+1 close combat's probably hurting these things more, right? But I like the Ice Punch for this guy here. You can kind of see him, or Thunder Punch for him, Thunder Punch for him, Thunder Punch for him, Thunder Punch for him, Thunder Punch, because it's just you just are doing more damage because you have the boost from your electric typing. It's just better. Colossal Heavy Duty Boots, Flash Fire Terror, Grass, Rapid Spin, Will-O-Wisp, Stealth Rock, Flamethrower, Standard Colossal set here, max attack, max HP, max defense. Be mindful if you're gonna run if you're like, don't think of Rapid Spin it like as an attack. Like it's not. You're not, unless you have Technician. Just throw that extra 4 there. Who knows? You never know, right? Also, should be noted. Again, I try to make this a point for whenever we do these. We do the whatchamacallits, these watch-alongs. HP 252. If you're maxing out your HP, it is almost always better to go with 248 because the way that the damage calculations run, it always rounds down, right? Or really just Pokemon in general. Anything that involves their calculations in the game round down. So if this tells you you're doing odd number, yeah, you want to go odd number because it essentially, the difference in the calc when you're doing HP and only when you're doing HP, that is the same number essentially. Right, so you got this extra 4 here, throw it in there, and it makes it better. But only HP. Only HP should you ever not go 250. If you're maxing out a stat, max out all the rest. HP, 248. Just because you want that odd number because of the way it rounds your health. That's just that, right? So, like, here's, right, so Frostmoth comes in. Let's say rocks are up. Frostmoth comes in. It's at 167. No, 170 is what 172, right? It takes 172 on rocks. It is dead the next time it comes in because it's going to take 172 damage. However, if you're at 343. It is going to be taking 171.5, which rounds down to 171, which gets you to 172, which means you can come in again and have 1 HP. Always HP if you're going to max out and go... like, these are great. What in the Math Nerd? Certain recovery items. Yes, yeah. That's really nitty-gritty. Yeah, like, because the way, like, Leftovers or Black Sludge works, like, 1/16. Again, basically, everything rounds down. The most basic thing is that because rocks take 25% on super effective damage, or, an eighth of your damage, You want to have a number that does not add up evenly. It rounds down. The damage can come out at 0.9. It will always round down, which is why, again, talking about the life orb, you want a number that is not easily divisible by 10, right? You want 291. You want 299, right? Or 301, like depending on what you can achieve and whatnot. Those are the numbers you want to hit because those give you a little extra thing. I think you actually want to go 301 because 299 rounds down. It goes to 29. It's not. It's weird. But those are things. What in the math? Exactly. These are just things. Just remember, HP 248. Like if this says like, hey, guess like this says you should be special defensive. I don't know why, but your numbers are the same. But like that's okay. Cool. I'll go to like see that one says 248. This one's that says bulky special sweeper. This is sometimes because of leftovers and whatnot. Rotom makes a guy really need to do math. Yeah, Rotom does make a guy do math. Yeah, and then Rotom Wash, lesson over. Back to analysis. Rotom Wash, leftovers, Will-O-Wisp, Dark Pulse, Volt Switch, and Shadow Ball. So we're not rocking any Hydro Pump. Said no, don't want it. But we're going with special defenses here. So we got our special defense wall. We got our defense wall. We got another mixed wall here. So not bad. All this is also going to get helped by the Aurora Veil. So we got some issues here. All to set up similar to, with we were talking about Beato's team where it's like, okay, like, cool. Take this guy out, and then I'm going to go after, hold on, and I'm going to go after this Pokemon. Like, let me just hold out long enough that I can clean up on the rest, because, sure, you got through my defenses, but on the other side of the wall was a Gatling gun, and you just could not hold up for it. And that's what, essentially, Orin built here. I like this team. I like this build here. All great sets. Let's see what Basque is bringing in return. Terra Fairy, King Gambit, Sucker Punch, Terra Blast, Kowtow Cleave, and Brick Break. Pretty good. Supreme Overlord. Nothing. Going with speed, which again, in this kind of matchup, I was talking about the speeds. Like, you're probably going to reach some of this stuff, right? Like, let me see if I can go down here. Let me just do speed comparison, right? So max speed, King Gambit hits 218. Base speed, Rotom Wash is 208. Hell, Landorus's base speed is 218. So did he go? Yeah, he went. So he went Jolly. So he is going to outspeed. He's outspeeding this guy. He's outspeeding this guy. He's outspeeding this. He's outspeeding. So 4 of your Pokemon, he's outspeeding. These are why I'm just like, hey, make note of what the dangerous things are and be like, oh, hey, cool, okay. Let me put a little bit. Let me take some of this. Let me take some of these special defense EVs, right? Like, let's say this, right? Let's go. I just want to get to 219, right? So I can outspeed a max speed. That's still not bad, right? Still not bad. Same with that. That one you can't. You can't, but you could. You should outspeed, especially if you're going to try to Will-O-Wisp it. Also, way to not fall into the bait of the Intimidate. Because, hey, there's a Defiant Pokemon, not going to happen. Toxapex, Haze, Toxic Spikes, Liquidation, and Ice Spinner. Cool, get rid of the setup. Now, okay. Here I will. Big numbers are great. Big numbers are great. Means nothing if this number is low. So with this, the thing with Toxapex is it's got some high numbers here. The you kind of want the HP in an essence because this 50 is just too low. You're again, even number. Make sure your HP is always an odd number. HP is an odd number is almost always better. Almost always. But this is gonna take hits well, for sure, and it's got Regenerator. But there's not a lot of bulk, So this comes in on some rocks, right? You definitely had rocks, right? Did you have spikes too, or just rocks? You just had rocks. Also, toxic spikes. You guys both brought toxic spikes with? That's so funny. That's very funny. Yeah, we're gonna get a toxic on a Pokemon. Don't know which ones I'm gonna get it, but I'll get it. Because they're both the check to the other poison type, which is very funny. As long as, I mean, obviously you don't want to take a... I mean, Future Sight is not fantastic there, but... fine. Good Toxapex. He's an annoying Pokemon. Rillaboom. Leftovers, Grassy Surge, Bulky Attack. Okay, so instead of Trailblaze, we just be clicking Grassy Glide. Grassy Glide is a better move here. Why? Because Grassy Glide, A, is stronger, and B, is going first. It's going first. And you've got Grassy Surge. You're probably going to be on grass. You're probably going to be on terrain 9 times out of 10. Like how when you were so busy chatting my ability to have a dark type that you didn't mention the HP thing with me. Because I'm only now realizing it, looking at a lot of these. Like, I'm looking at these ones. Also, I wasn't chastising the inability to take a dark type move. Oh, you mean, are you talking about which? Hold on, I gotta look at your. I thought you were talking about the prankster thing. I gotta take a look here. Were you just talking about? Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, but you put the HP investment, so you weren't looking at my. I was. First off, I was because I was talking about this. I was talking about. I like that. I just like how big that is. All right. But also, you weren't the only one. I think Beto did it. I think I just was like those things. Sometimes it's like, hey, I'm noticing this now. Let me bring it up. Also, now I feel like if you did 252, you did it intentionally, okay? Because you play this, you play like that. Yeah. So Rillaboom, Grassy Glide, Bask, Grassy Glide, great. Other than that, great, fantastic. I love Rillaboom. Get the double up on the leftovers and Grassy Surge, love it. Assault Vest Goodra, hell yeah. We got Earthquake, Ice Spinner, Thunderbolt, and Dragon Pulse. Love it. I love it at Goodra. I trust him. Yeah, exactly. I trust you. I'll have to take advantage of that. No, don't do that. I would have liked to see Body Press in this matchup. Correct me if I'm wrong, but fighting is not the most... yeah, maybe not. Okay. But still, if you're going to go max attack, I feel like Body Press is not the worst. Not the worst here, just to get your damages off, right? But hey, good coverages, right? You hit all the things you need to hit. It's a shame this doesn't get, like, it does get Ice Beam. But, see, okay, this is the synergy part. You want your Grassy Surge. You want your terrain. You want your terrain. You want your terrain. Earthquake gets nerfed by your terrain. Ice Spinner gets rid of your terrain. You want your terrain for Toxapex and King Gambit. You want those things. You want them. You want those things. You want them. Ice Beam, Ice Beam, Ice Beam. Because here's the thing. If you had just gone Ice Beam and Body Press, like Earthquake's hitting... run more stab moves moving. Yes. Yeah. Like Earthquake, right? I would say Earthquake's even worse to go with than... I mean, it hits this super effectively, but this is probably going to Terra. And Body Press would do, similar damage. This is definitely... like, these two things are terroring. This is immune to it. This is immune to it. This resists it, and while it's like, yeah, Body Press, this is quad resisted, this is resisting it, this is immune to it. This is neutral to it. Those are just things. Just things to think about. Synergy. Cohesiveness. That's the theme of next week. Heavy Duty Boots, Talonflame with Flame Body. I like that. Defog, Flamethrower, Air Slash, and Protect. Good. So we're going to be able to get rid of these screens, and we're going to be able to get rid of hazards. Defog removes screens and hazards and terrain. Which, again, not great. Not great. 7th plus, and guarantee he didn't know any of that. Probably. That's why I'm saying it, though. right? I'm going to say it so that he's going to think about it maybe next time. He's going to be like, he's going to do the thing where he's like, I know I shouldn't do this, but I don't know why, so let me just do it anyway. Somebody will remind me. Chair emoji. Harsh, but probably not accurate. Booster energy, photosynthesis, Screamtail. So what are we getting here? We're getting a boost to our special defense. Okay. Sorry. Not special defense. Our speed. Okay. Nice. Good. I like that. Play rough, crunch, psychic fangs, and fire punch. I would have loved to see bulk up in here somewhere. Just somewhere. Because you got everything you need for a bulk up set right there. It does get bulk up, which is crazy. But I like this. I like the thinking here. I like the thinking here of an offensive Screamtail. We're going offense, defense there, bulk, but offense. We're speeding. We're like, I like this. I like this a lot. All right, so let's get into it. Let's do it. Let's stop. There's no best definition of those EVs. Must hear. Here's the thing. You're not wrong. I would love to hear how he got to these ones, right? Like, why did he? But here's the thing. Bask, my guy. Look, the odd number HP. Beautiful. Well done, Bask. Well done. You didn't do it for anybody else, but you did it for the one. One of 6. We're making progress. Let's make some more progress here, and let's get to our next game. Montreal Mismagius is in the Minnesota Lycan Rocks. That's all right. He's not Lycan Wolves. That is 100% intentional. Let's get game number 3. So halfway done. I need to. Oh boy, it is 11:30. I forgot how long I can ramble here. All right. Here we go. We've got Orin and we've got the Toxapex. So the two poison types starting this off. Orin leading off with a Future Sight, takes a minus defense there, foreseeing a attack there. The leftovers negligible. But what's funny is both people could have just sat there and went for Toxic turn 1 and it guaranteed to get something, or giving themselves a chance. Great call here. 1 to go to the Gudra and 2 to go for the Chilly Reception here. But unfortunately, I don't like this matchup, right? Right. This is a matchup where, hey, if you would have brought Heavy Slam, this would be a really good Heavy Slam. This would be Flamethrower even. Would be great right here. The Dragon Pulse, not fantastic, because it's a special attacker, but even Flamethrower would have done quad. It's quad weak to it. Good lord, Future Attack. This is a very bold. Like it did. I know the Gudra is not invested offensively, but like goes for the Ice Spinner. Does not get boosted. Probably thought it gets boosted in the snow. It does not. Basket does not. 14% crit is it's so funny. It was so funny. Screamtail comes out, so you burn your booster energy. This start is a farce. It's gonna get worse. As somebody who has watched these battles, this is about to get so much worse, and in ways you don't even understand. This is going to be. There's the logs of the chat are worth watching going backwards. But yeah, good bulk up here. You're at 90 full health. You got another 5 turns of Aurora Veil. Psychic Fangs. Nope. Got rid of them. Good call by Bask. Going for the Psychic Fangs. Got rid of that. I don't know if he knew that that's what that did. But still, got rid of them. Did decent damage there. Snow is gone. The Veil is gone. Screamtail is faster. Goes for the Psychic Fangs. Probably the best move here. Play Rough would do a slightly more damage, but you may lose that. So it'd be cool to have Encore. No faith in Bask. I'm saying he might have. That's why I'm giving him faith that he might have. That's why he put Psychic Fangs. But if Orin went with Thunder Punch here, this is a dead. That would not need a crit to get a kill. The crit that did not kill with the crit, I don't think. Right? Or there was a chance it did not kill with a crit. Thunder Punch, it absolutely was killed, right? And then if you look at what else is in this matchup, right? Right. Shout out to Screamtail only taking from a +2. Iron Fisted +2. Like the close combat, that definitely was going to kill. Gooey, though, great to drop the speed, right? Because now you can go, okay, who's. Hey, I got -2 here. And we know from Bask's, or from this right here, 330 minus a third of it is now 222. Still technically faster. Still faster, unfortunately. But you know for a fact, Bask should know for a fact that the Talonflame is faster. Goes for the Flamethrower. Flash Fire. Nope. Great switch there. Fantastic switch. Can get up rocks here. Let's see what we get here. We got the rocks going up for Colossal, so that'll be a little bit of chip for everybody who comes in. Now against Toxapex and other you got two bulky regenerating Pokemon who this is where having spikes is probably better than rocks because 25% plus whatever chip they come in on gives you the smidgiest of progress until the Rillaboom gets the Grassy Surge up, right? In which case, that's insane, right? So now we go back here. Rillaboom in an awkward position here because Rillaboom doesn't have anything for this. Again, having rocks up, this moth is dead, or at the very least, not looking like it's going to be in a good position in a second, right? Woodhammer to 24. That's very funny. Like that's very funny. Aurora Veil goes up though, and now he's had what U-turn knock, or no, Woodhammer Trailblaze. Good lord, it's disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. U-turn, good U-turn, right? Because now you're gonna come in. Snow is so good. Holy shit. I mean, yeah, it's sand that doesn't hurt your team, but it only applies to ice types. Quiver Dance. Now here's where Bask having Haze is really good because Haze, get rid of this right now and take whatever hit you're about to take here. Perfectly fine, right? Oh, you're gonna go for a Quiver Dance again? That's nice. Go for a Quiver Dance. Ice Spinner. Okay, I'm pretty sure Bask is, Ice Spinner, not so team synergy. Insane. Great. I love this synergy for Orin. I'm pretty sure Bask is thinking that Snow is like Sun and Rain, where it gives a boost to the type of move, and it does not. It does not, Bask. But it's very funny that it did 2%. 2%. But Equator 460 comes in. Toxic Spike goes up. And as soon as that Glow King comes back in, it's so anti-synergy. It's so... This might be the most synergy versus anti-synergy battle that we got, right? Because you have Orange team who has these slow, bulky, pivoting Pokemon who support each other, right? You have, oh, hey, I don't want to take a ground type move. Let me go to my levitating Pokemon. Oh, I'm gonna get up I'm gonna get my Snow up to boost the defenses of my other Pokemon. Big Sludge Bomb. Good lord, 73. I don't think that was invested, right? You didn't invest that, right? Yeah, that's raw Sludge Bomb damage. Is criminal, by the way. The chat log is the highlight. It is. The reason why I don't show it is because it doesn't look good with this. It doesn't look good on the. It doesn't show up. It doesn't look good on the replay. It just, with this thing that sucks is facing a team like this is I wouldn't be shocked if we don't see Darkrai. Right. It's likely we don't see Darkrai in matches like this. Right. It's also turn 21, mind you. Dibeto and Hob, their game ended a turn prior. Nalus and Osh ended multiple turns prior to this point. And we are at 6v4. That is what it is. The fact also that the Rillaboom is back to 30% when it was on the verge of death Season 1 banger flashbacks. Yeah, except I will say with this one, Oren, this one's more two dumb bitches saying exactly. I will. It's season 1 banger flashbacks, but with like with some sauce to it. So it's more appealing to the eye because it's like, oh cool, look at the synergy here. Instead of being like, you can't kill me, haha. All right, let's do ourselves a favor here. Like I said, this is gonna get to a point where it gets, yeah. Neither of them can read. So there is liquidate. So just to get a little bit quicker here, Darkrai coming out, that is great. Haze does not matter. Darkrai has 4 more turns behind this this Veil, which means that liquidation not gonna break it. King Gambit is now coming out, which is great. Getting some chip on this is very vital because, good lord, that 48 crit is a lot of damage. You're expect, but see that's the thing. So Orin, he resisted the Dark Pulse anyways. So you were expecting him to switch to the Great Burn, Fantastic Burn. You were expecting him to go Terra to get the kill, but he could just not. He could just go for an Iron Head to like you had to expect Terra. I don't think a Terra was coming though. I think that Bask made the right call there and just did not go for a Terra. Brick Break. Not bad, right? Not bad. Kowtow Cleave, not wow. Even through the burn. Even through the burn. Okay, so I'm gonna pause this right now. But Focus Blast is scary. Sure, it was, but I just clicked button. That's true. That's true. I think you just get more value from just clicking Dark Pulse in that instance. Because if he doesn't Terra, you still get chip, and he would be dead right now, right? Made the right call, but I'm also not sure if Bask remembers he can Terra. That is true. That is true. He does have a high tier, a Pokemon that has never been allowed to Terra prior. So yeah, I can't believe what Bask is doing to my boy Gambit. Hold on. I paused this for a reason. This is disgusting. This Gambit is faster than this Snom. Okay? I know he is burned. Okay? But we just saw him with Kowtow Cleave do oodles of damage. Oodles of damage to this Slowking here. 53%. Okay? Again, I understand. Burned. Brick Break as well. Yeah, there was a brick break there, but the Kowtow is what did 50 some odd damage, okay? This Pokemon has been, and the chat logs when you the stream, I will have all the replays on the sheet for everybody who wants to look at it. This Moth is got Bask in the fucking machine. He should be dead. Right, this is where if you go for that Dark Pulse, this thing is, and everything plays out the exact same. This thing is dead because it has a chip of less. It has less health, it has enough where Burn gets the kill, even with the leftover. Right, because that's really what it is. You just needed 3% of damage. Is dead. Bask, we know he has Iron Head. I'm sorry, he doesn't have Iron Head. He does not have Iron Head. Everything I was about to say. He doesn't have Iron Head, which is a sin of itself. But he's going to Kowtow Cleave. If he had Iron Head, this thing is dead. Look, Brick Break gets rid of that. Quiver Dance, fine. Insanely greedy, by the way, of just not going for the Sucker Punch. Crazy. Bask was, you were in Bask's head. I just wanted to show. I wanted to talk about how much. Just being out of it can like hurt you, because even Bass didn't have he did not have Iron Head. If he had Iron Head, that's dead. Defog gets rid of everything there. Volt Switch, like it is dangerous. We are approaching 6-0 territory right now. I fully believe that Gambit could have lived that I mean, it probably didn't, but at +1, yeah, no, it wasn't. Talonflame goes down there. Rillaboom comes out. Rillaboom has the power. He was holding on for dear life. He really was. Big crit, and now we're at turn 43 of Toxapex versus the world. Gets the kill. Toxapex. Can Toxapex do it? Oh, hang on, it didn't. But that brother was. He was, yeah. Yeah, he was. Oh no, he was. Incredible. I'm going to show the screenshot that I sent to you. That is quite possibly the funniest thing. It's my favorite thing, right? From this game, and I'm telling you, it's not even the moth thing. It's not even the moth not the moth coming out after him. That's unfortunate because that could have been not a kill, right? Because what did it do before? I got caught looking at what the liquidation did prior, right? What did 66? It's toxic, badly poisoned, 12. Yeah, no. So that was not dead, right? Because it would have been a 20. Yeah. So. Darkrai does come out, get the kill. Great. Very good stuff for Darkrai there. Frostmoth got first star of the game because of its just not dying. Slowking, or Palmont, and I believe Slowking got the other. Or I think I may have given it to Toxapex because it got this toxic and all that stuff. But my favorite... Oh, I need this to... Oh, hey, I forgot this thing was weak to rocks. I believe he was talking about his King Gambit. Because this is turn 28, right? That's what happened on turn 28 or 27. Was his Pokemon coming in and taking rock damage? Not that the moth was weak to rocks. No, but it could have been him thinking about that and just being like looking at the combo. Oh yeah, I forgot that 6% to rocks, right? Yeah, 50% to rocks. This thing would have been at 12. Don't. Just, I love Bask so much. I mean that genuinely. I'm not saying it like, oh, I like laughing at Bask. He's great. I love Bask. He's one of my guys. He's one of the guys. Just hilarious. Like, it's just so funny. It's so funny to be like, oh, hey, I forgot this thing was weak to rocks. Not to mention, I do. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I do also love laughing at Bask too. He provides great comedy. It's good times. Oren, come on in, pal. We're gonna talk to you about your match here. Congrats on your win.
Mr. Drevis accepts your congratulations.
Oh, yes, Mr. Drevis. Yes. Hello. Hi. Totally not Oren. Mr. Drevis. Win.
Yes. Yes.
Congrats on your victory. Your first victory here in the DSPL. Continuing the trend of 5-0 victories.
It could have been 6-0.
It could have been. It could have been a 6-0. You could have bring back Oren. Look, Mr. Drevis, you have to understand. We're a tight-knit family here, you know, and when we heard and we found out at the league offices what was going on with the British Bangers, we just...
Sad times.
Very sad times. I consider it an oversight on my part, a failing on my part. It would be the blemish on my resume, my career, my legacy. Mr. Drevis. I like I said, we're a tight knit family. Even when Johnner was let go by the Long Island Ducklets before he was brought back, and the reception to Harold Pestered was very upsetting. I much like you, I welcome you with welcome arms. We're glad to have you and the Montreal Miss Magiuses. It is good to have.
Oh shit! Wrong accent. Fuck. Oh shit.
Gotta French.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying.
Oh yeah, hon.
Yes. Oui, yes.
Yes. There it is. I love the DSPL. This guy's a mess. He is. He's all over the place. He doesn't know his own. We might tag me and I can do a better French than this guy. No.
Oh, désolé. Mon français n'est pas très bon.
Pulling the curtain back. You got to remember, Oren is actually an Englishman, and there's nothing that the English hate more than the English, other than the French. So, not having a good French accent is probably a good thing for Oren. Hon. Okay, back behind the curtain. So, Mr. Drevis, how does it feel to get your first win?
It feels very, very good. It feels winning.
Winning, yes.
Yes, it feels like his turd could never.
Oh, wow. Shots across the bow we have to get the EU.
I'm just
involved.
trying to fit in.
No, hey, I see it. I understand it. I've got a blue cheese in my fridge. So it's crazy. It's so funny. Never mind. I like this guy. See, you know what? It sounds like you're fitting in just fine. How did it feel piloting your team for the first game?
It's synergy very good. It was very nice. J'aimerais the switching in and out and stall. I heard very much things about stall, but
No stones. No.
no, I didn't want stones. Spikes. I did listen to you about spikes, so that will be in my future movesets.
Very good. Back to Japanese.
Back to Japanese.
Yes, no, and those are things where it depends on, the matchup, right? Where, if your bigger problems are not on the ground, or flying types or ice types or fire types, and you need rocks would be better, then you go for rocks. If you can afford both, awesome. If not, you go with what you got. I think in this matchup, you benefited from your opponent not bringing rocks. If they get rocks up, you would have had to go into your Colossal.
If they bring rocks, I fuck.
Well, yes, but no. Like, you have a Colossal with heavy duty boots. You just might have to Terra the Colossal instead, right? I need to hear a 20-minute speech with but yeah, well, so can you the audience and myself are very interested in your relation to the owner, Miss Magius herself. Are you what is the relation to the new ownership? Like, are you longtime friends, brother, sister, cousins?
Of Miss Magius, the
Yes.
owner of Miss Magius.
Yes.
That is my wife. I take over. She does the whole recruiting,
Yes.
and I do the battling.
Ah, nice.
I do the battles.
Well, your wife, right? Your wife. She built a great team. I'll be interested. I would like to see how you, as the battler, find ways to use Paldean, Wooper, and Zorua, because I think you've got the stuff of being a really great battler. I mean, I just saw you pilot a very, very fun team. Next week, I would love to continue to talk to you. Maybe we'll have you. We'll probably talk to you a good bit next week. That's just a teaser for later. But next week, you take on Spencer, and he's a newcomer as well to the DSPL. So are you excited to, kind of like be rookies, if you will, with him and see how you guys can, where you stack up against a fellow newcomer in the league?
Yes, I'm very excited to play against a newcomer, but in the Bloodline, which I hear is a great league, great people in the Bloodline. But I heard he was champion.
That he is.
So-
He is the champion, reigning champion of the Bloodline Pokemon League. Yep.
So I kind of have shit in pants. So I don't know.
Huh? Well,
His team kind of scary.
his team is scary, but Mr. Drevis, I feel like you are somebody who appreciates the frightening and the spooky and the and whatnot. I get that. Or I get
Yes.
that. You have an air of that to you. Welcome to the DSPL, and congratulations on your first ever win, Mr. Drevis.
Thank you. I would like to say about Pormot, about not bringing Double Shock.
Yes.
I didn't think he would bring Toxapex, because Toxapex kind of looked dookie into my team.
Fair enough. You could also Double Shock's not bad. Also, the Thunder Punch would have also been,
With Iron Fist, yes, very
yeah,
good.
very good. But yes, that's not bad. One thing he's bringing, that's true. Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us, Mr. Drevis, and congratulations yet again on your win.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Of course. And that was Oren, everybody. An incredible performance. You know what, Nalis? I'm going to be honest. I think we need to go the other way. I think we need to get worse. I think the accent needs to be. We need to see how far down the hole it goes. It needs to go where it needs. Was that the Donald Trump impression of the voice? That might have been. What do you think? Oh, fair enough. Okay, continue. Yeah, continue. Don't let me get in the way. All right, let's get going here a little bit with these games. Our next match up here is matchup number 5. Yes, Spencer and Sky. The Boston Dartrix taking on the Magen Meteor. A incredible sets of logo, and then just 2 scary teams. I think if I remember correctly, both of these were higher up on my list, but they were like teams that would have been higher, but there was one flaw that I did not enjoy seeing. Spencer has addressed that in the coming week, next week. And Sky said, I'm going to let it roll. As you can see, there's a Terra Carkol, a Terra Araquanid on Sky's side of things, and on Spencer's, we got Terra Raging Bolt and Terra Rhydon. So very strong Terra captains across the board here. I just like these teams. Let's take a look here at the actual, like, break down a little bit more, get a little granular, and I'll work on getting these faster and saying them and doing them quicker. Great offensive physical attack on Spencer's side of things. Look at that. 130, 100, 120, 130. Like, that's, I mean, the Rhydon can be a very dangerous Pokemon, even though it's not fully evolved, but it's a Terra Pokemon. It can hold an Eviolite and be strong. Like, it is what it is. In this matchup, though, boy, this is where not having your reliable spinner or remover is really not great, because you need to ask Hatterene to walk into the path of a Spidops or an Araquanid and hope that he's clicking Sticky Web and not Water Bubble boosted Terra Water Liquidation, because otherwise that's not good for you. But there's some good stuff here. His team, notably weak to ice, water, and ground. And I'm looking at that Landorus. I'm looking at that Baxcalibur. I'm looking at the Araquanid. Also, Terra Metagross. I think, I gotta add that to. So let me make a note of that. I gotta do some new. Johnner made a transaction, and so did Spencer, which we'll talk about next week. But good against bug, good against normal, good against grass. Does help a little bit with the Meowscarada's like Flower Trick. But Flower, that's a Protean triple axing Pokemon, and again, that's just clicking the triple axle button. And because it's faster than everything, naturally, you can probably get away with like a banded set there. Yeah, scary. Not a great matchup for Spencer here. Just looking at this, like, the best Pokemon on Sky's side of things nuke this team. Now, Skarmory does, thankfully, is neutral to ice, does resist the ground type and the water type. That whatchamacallit there, the Araquanid. It could go for water bubble and like go with surf, but against this team, maybe surf is probably better. It's a tough one for Spencer on paper right now. If you look at Sky's side of things, not actually that much not worse, I should say. I need to put these back. There it is. The Metagross looks good as just like a bulky thing, but I feel like you would want Carkol should probably come just because that's your only resist or only removal, and if the sticky webs go up on your side because of a magic bounce, they're up for all time, unless of course they're not. I goofed on this build just a bit, by the way. I'm sure you'll spot it. I think I saw it. But the special defense really strong for Sky, and the attacking, both sides of the attack are pretty strong. But that physical defense is concerning with this team. You're asking Metagross and Magnezone to withstand most of this stuff. Now, Araquanid could be bulkier. It could go for a bulkier set and lean into being a Terra Pokemon. Carkol also, 80 HP, 90 defense, also not bad. But then Eviolite, the second Eviolite goes, that's probably it for it. Speaking from experience. But it really comes down to the fact that, his weaknesses are ground, fire, and rock, and that's kind of because, he's got a lot of overlapping weaknesses. Like, you have 2 quad weak to ground Pokemon, or 3 quad weak right in a row there, that Iron Moth, Carkol, and the whatchamacallit there, Magnezone. All 3 of them are quad weak to ground, right? So that is scary. But the fact that that's the case, and it's not the number 1 because fire is there, is also concerning, right? Because you have your you have 2 steel types, and I don't know why is fire notably weak. Maybe I have it backwards. Let me see this. This goes. Yeah, I do have it backwards. This is supposed to be this. Aha. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because it's supposed to go up. Okay, there we go. That's better. Rock makes sense as well. You've got weak to rock, rock, and then 2 weak to rock, and 3 Pokemon that are neutral to or resist it. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Okay, is it the same way here? Yeah, it is. It should actually be this. Damn. Okay. All right. Now that makes more sense. Yeah. Okay. Okie dokie. Now that it's settled, I think we're all. I like how these teams look. I think Meowscarada and Landorus look really good, and that Araquanid, if it can get webs up, really gives Sky a really powerful position, because his team is in need of that speed, because Wogerpon can't hold an item. If the Chi-Yu holds an item, it'll be slower. It'll be, no matter what, it's going to be slower than the Landorus because of its speed tiers. Like, even if it's holding Choice Scarf, it'll lose it. It'll be -1 with a Scarf, and it'll be slower. And that is huge for Landorus, because those are Pokemon that are very terrifying against it and could be a problem. Let's see where we go with the teams here. We're going to start here on Spencer's side of things. Assault Vest Sneasler with Poison Touch. Not bad. So I see that the... Oh, I forgot to go to this one. There we go. I see Spencer went with the, hey, this doesn't outspeed, I can't outspeed the Meowscarada. I'm just gonna outspeed the next slowest thing and get some bulk here. And I don't mind this. I think maybe putting an HP would be, you get a little bit more out of it. But I don't mind it. Fake out's cool. It gets, just get some chip on things. And especially if you can get the poison touch on that or already have it there. Great. Clockwork, the Skarmory. That feels like a, Clockwork feels like a Thievius Raccoon, Sly Cooper, thing. Yes, I knew it, my man. I was sitting there like that's a Sly Cooper reference for sure. Stealth Rock, Roost, Whirlwind, Body Press. Welcome to the torture device. Got some bulk here as well. I like that. Saying, hey, I'm investing in my defense. Might as well just go with Body Press. Now, obviously, Terra Ghost does not bode well for you, and you can't necessarily do much against the Landorus. However, the Landorus can't do too much to you either, so not bad. Dragon D's, Leftovers, Raging Bolt, Thunderclap, Draco, Hyper Voice, and Volt Switch. Not bad. I like just dropping the Draco and getting the hell out of there. Just, hey, something coming in. Boom. You're down. Good. I like that. Thunderclap, obviously, I mean, as long as the Landorus is gone, Thunderclap's pretty free, minus like spikes. Spikes or Sucker Punch Meowscarada. Because priority, it's only +1 priority. So anything faster than it going at a +1 priority move will do more damage. Will go first, making Thunderclap not go. Lagging Tail, Hatterene, Nuzzle, Trick, Draining Kiss, and Future Sight. Okay. We got bulk with some attack investment. Spread out the defenses. I like it. Magic Bounce. Good. The weak armor. I like the weak armor too, because then now it'll let you get a roost off. I'm trying to see if I can find. Is it this? Oh no, Hyper Voice goes substitute. See, I like this because you get to pretend to be the Raging Bolt. Like the Raging Bolt can click Hyper Voice, and you go, oh, that's definitely go for Dark type move. Nope, crap, I got. But as long as these guys stay generally the same health wise, Terra Normal is also good. You can get good stuff there. Bitter Malice. I was gonna say, Bitter Malice is a regular move. I don't mind Bitter Malice over Shadow Ball, just because the 100% chance to lower the attack is huge. Sludge Bomb, great coverage, substitute, good stuff. Like that, even again, I'm trying to. Is it you? Spiky Shield, Ivy Cudgel. Where's the goof, Spencer? Where's the goof? Why am I not seeing the goof? Is it just the... Wait. Yeah, no. Weak armor, body press. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, because I'm sitting there, I'm like, wait a second, hold on. Yeah. I thought it when I was like, oh, it's got body armor, weak... Yeah, no. But then when I was like, oh, wait, my brain immediately goes, oh, yeah, for the roost, that's better. I'm sure if you go back on the stream, you can see me go, for the roost, it's like, oh, yeah. It's like... But yeah, Spiky Shield, U-Turn, Knockoff, and Ivy Cudgel. Fine stuff there. I do like a Wellspring. Now, obviously, the one downside of Wellspring is that it can't hold anything but a Wellspring Mask. But that lets it do some big damage on its attacks. Simple as that. Not bad. I mean, yeah, the weak armor body press is kind of hurts itself, but I think the trade-off is getting a roost off on something that would get a kill, so you can be able to live it would be nice. Let's take a look at Sky's team. Choice Scarf Landers. Also, no Chi-Yu here, despite fire being pretty strong. No Chi-Yu. pretty good for Landorus. Landorus is going to outspeed everything here. Okay, so this definitely has webs, right? Earth Power, Grass Knot, U-Turn, Sludge Wave, because this has to have web. Sticky Web, Terra Blast, Terra Fairy. Okay, Liquidation, and Leech Life. Okay. So we've got bulk and, get a little bit of defense, or a little bit of special defense boost there, and then the attack there. The reason I said that this probably has webs is the fact that if you were not, like, if you didn't bring webs, right, or you weren't relying on if Sky was not relying on webs early enough, this loses to a Scarfed Chi-Yu, because a Scarfed Chi-Yu is faster than this, because a Scarfed Chi-Yu has no reason not to go timid, on its thing. But the power is nice here. Baxcalibur, Heavy Duty Boots, Icicle Crash, Dragon Dance, Glaive Rush, Earthquake. By the way, I like that I'm seeing people not have the setup move first. Not that I like having the setup move first myself, but it's just like, yeah, this is the move I want to hit. So if I accidentally click a button, like, it's like the brain's like, if I accidentally hit A on this, I will, like, where do I accidentally click the most? On like Showdown. It's like, oh, okay, that's where I'm going to put the setup move, right? Glaive Rush, Earthquake, great stuff there. Again, missing, I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's good stuff. Again, when you have these webs up and you're like, I can definitely get these webs up and I'll be good. I got Heavy Duty Boots, so even if they come up against me, I don't care. Rocks as well. Meowscarada Protective Pads, which is good. You don't want to get any of those I guess, Rocky Helmet. Listen, wait, what? No, Rocky Helmet, which is good because Triple Axle, again, said I'm going as fast as possible, so I can't get outsped because the difference between it and Sneasler is smidge, and that would matter. Florgus, we've got max HP. We've got mostly defense investment there. Nice. Wish, Baton Pass, Psychic Noise, and Alluring Voice. Okay, so this is an instance where being at 252 does, you would on HP is having Wish, because that's an extra thing of Wish. Because that's 150, and then because it would round down to 149, and then so you're only getting 149 HP on something, and while that is a lot of HP for some of these things, maybe that one extra point is better, especially this Carcol, who's got no Eviolite. So Heavy Duty Boots, Body Press, Scald, Iron Defense, and Rapid Spin. Terra Ghost. Okay. I like this set. This is an, let me write that down. Interesting. I like that. Okay. With a Hisuian Zoroark on the other side, maybe Terra Ghost not the greatest. But you are kind of beating I mean, if this is the answer for Sneasler, yeah. All right, so let's do it. Let's see it. Let's get to it. The Boston Dartrix and Spencer taking on the Moggin Miniors and Sky. Here we go. Let's go slow instead of very slow. Just because I think I can. It's getting late, and I would like to go to bed before. Maybe, who knows? I don't know. So we got the lead there. The Scarf lead there with the big crit. Very, very unfortunate crit there, because that's a lot of damage there. I feel like you got a U-turn here. No, goes for the knockoff. Gets rid of the leftovers on the Araquanid. Araquanid now in pretty good position. Ivy Cudgel. Risky play there, because it could have been... That's a risky play, because that could have been a Water Absorb. And now you don't... And you get nothing. At least now you can get, like, I get, you're like, hey, now, because the webs went up. So now the webs are up. You got no way to get rid of these webs. And you don't have boots on your fastest of Pokemon. Not great. I gambled on no water. So yeah. Spiky Shield, not bad, right? Because you're going to get some chip here on a U-turn. Not bad. I think you just got to go to the Hatterene immediately and just be like, get these webs. Especially in this instance, like if he's got webs, if he doesn't have webs and he goes for something else, fine. I like this, even though like it doesn't have the good synergy with the body press. I do like that just to get more chip on that thing because it's annoying. Carcoal coming out. Yeah, don't know if it's got something there. Might have a flamethrower which you don't want to deal with or something. Never good. Goes to the Terra Ghost right away, and that will allow him, Sky, to go for the Iron Defense. Now, obviously, the one downside is the fighting move. It's very funny. Both sides have Pokemon that don't want, like, the fighting, going for, like, only your biggest play is the Iron Defense. There's a Zoroark, and there's a Hatterene. Both take minimal damage to that. Big nuzzle, Psychic Noise, hitting it. What's up, Tony? How you doing, bud? Good to see you. How you be? Trick. I think it's not bad. You want to get the leftovers. I feel like Lagging Tail would have been. I feel like the Lagging Tail I would have liked to save it for the Baxcalibur. I'd be good, Tony. I'd be good. I would have liked to save it for the Baxcalibur there. Just because that thing is annoying into you at this moment. Stealth Rocks go up, which you can block with. You can go to the Hisuian Zoroark and block them. You can also just do that. Yeah, Whirlwind. Get him the hell out of there. Be gone. Touch grass, nerd. Useless Chamans. Miascarada comes in. Now, this is not a bad matchup because you're like, hey, okay, cool. This is what I want to. This is where I want to be, right? Protean, God, is giant. I forgot how big it goes. So Terra Bug, and you find out, hey, that's got protective pads. That sucks. Oh, hey, okay. So this is why having the Lagging Tail would be pretty good. Also, the downside of weak armor. Yeah, you're faster. But you know, you got heavy duty boots, right? Good roost, right? Now you're back to 100. Obviously, you don't have sturdy, so you don't need, that doesn't help you too much. And if you get burned here, that does suck. You get burned here. I knew you got burned. I didn't know it was right here. But yeah, get the Whirlwind out. Maybe some more chip on something. Maybe on the Landorus. Bringing it back out on the Baxcalibur, that's not ideal because now Baxcalibur can get set up against you pretty well here. But okay, Sky decided not to do that. Carcoal coming back out on the body press. Nope, Roost. The Roost comes out, but obviously not ideal because you're kind of stuck in this cycle of getting a favorable thing. Weak armor now even nerfing your body press even more, and obviously Sky knows, hey, you have Roost, Whirlwind, Stealth Rock, and body press. You can't do anything to this Carcoal. Let me just weaken you even more. Landorus, nice. Look, just getting some chip on that stuff. Again, coming back to that turn 2 of going with the letting the webs go up, right? Because you could be in a position right now where, yeah, you're not outspeeding the Landorus, but you could at the very least like give it a scare that you're scarfed with something. You know, like, oh hey, like every time a Pokemon comes out, it could be Zoroark, and he has to respect that, except for, obviously, Clockwork here. Clockwork, you know it's Clockwork if it's burned. Good Wish. Good Wish. Gets either Landorus or Baxcalibur to full health, right? Psychic Noise is good. You're probably going to go... Now, you're going for a whirlwind here, right? Because you're fast. Yeah. So whirlwind. It's gonna be the Carcol. No, it's the Excalibur giving him the wish. That could not have worked out more better for Sky. Because now he can at least set up. Now this is kind of greedy, right? Because you know that -1 defense was doing a decent chunk before the burn, so this is essentially the same amount. And like he also has Whirlwind. I guess because you're thinking is if I go for the Icicle Crash, it makes it makes him faster and he can. Well, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Meowscarada coming out is okay. It's not bad, right? 76 is pretty good. U-turn. I feel like triple axle might have been the play there because you're losing 1 defense every time you hit. So you're doubling the attack, but you're also losing. So like on the first one it hits, you're -1. Second one hits, it does a -1, and if you can get the third one, it's now doing it to -2. It might have been worth it. Because then also you're nerfing its only attacking move, which is body press. I think that, yeah, I feel like Sky could have gotten a lot of value for going with the whatchamacallit, going for a triple axle there. We finally got another kill, turn 24. We're now 5-5, and I think this is about where the game gets going pretty well there. Because Florges comes out, and here's Dragon D's. Great. Dragon D's goes for the substitute. And we know that that is the Hisuian Zoroark. But you know that this Pokemon has both Alluring Voice and Psychic Noise, which go through yeah. One downside. That's the perfect. Florges was the perfect Pokemon to go up for that. Does not get the Sludge Bomb kill, but the Para bails out. The low roll, and Hunter, the Zoroark, is going to be able to get the kill there. That is good. I guess you're also like sitting there. Definitely not something I thought about. Yeah, it's tough because you're like, I clicked substitute. It's like, you also clicked substitute before it came out, right? And maybe you just don't click Sludge Bomb because it gives the goose up, right? But the good news is Meowscarada came in and your sub was still up. So this means you get to hit something hard. Carcol comes out. Do you go for the Hyper Voice? Do you go for Bitter Malice? You go for Hyper Voice, which is unfortunate. But you also know that this Pokemon doesn't have Eviolite. So Bitter Malice should do like, whoo, that was a lot more damage than I thought it was going to do. Yikes. I was sitting there thinking like 70, right? And no. So really, okay. So yeah, I'm not going for triple axle twice now has definitely changed how this game is operating, because the way that this, like, if he had gone for triple axle on the substitute, he's gonna break the substitute and probably get a kill, right? I guess the thought is if you miss, you definitely you lose Meowscarada, and you need Meowscarada at this point. But not having, you lost your switch in to the Skarmory, and the Skarmory can kind of just sit around, and yeah, you're not going to be able to kill anything while you're burned, but it's just annoying to deal with, and it gives everybody a switch in. That's clearly the Hisuian Zoroark. So now, if I'm Spencer, I'm going back into Skarmory and I'm just clicking Whirlwind here, right? And because you switch out, right? You switch out, or Sky switches out. Perfect. Get Baxcalibur out of here. I don't want to see Baxcalibur. I don't want to see back Scalper. Perfect. Bring me either Pokemon, really. Right? Perfect. Look at that. 28. Just get it within range where, like, it can like Hatterene could live and could get a kill. Grass Knot. That's a... I guess you're just going for a chip. Because its other move is Sludge Bomb, right? Well, you know what? I think I'd actually rather... I'd rather have gone for a U-turn, right? Because U-turn... Lizardo, how's it going? Yeah. Hello, bud. How's it going? Yeah. We'll do the Raidamania report in a second here. Hello. Icicle Crash, big damage. Okay. Now, this thing is faster than most things, right? I guess you wouldn't want Landers to come back in and keep coming back in on rocks. Whoo. Wow. Nuzzle goes off though. That's good. That's good for Spencer. That might buy him a turn here. Lazar, how you doing, bud? How you been? Iso Crash doesn't get him that much. And I checked the thing. Even paralyzed it was faster. So the sticky web did not help in that instance. Do you just sack this? Yeah. I'm good. I am good, bud. Yeah. It goes minus defense. And the beautiful thing is you should be able to... I don't see a world... I don't think I would have gone to Landers here. Right? I go to Meowscarada and you just click Triple Axle, right? I guess you could come out like you do U-turn here. Big damage. Yeah, I would have gone. I would have just. Yeah, would have gone to Meowscarada on that and just clicked. Would have clicked. Fake. Couldn't expect fake out, right? I wonder if the calcs, if the earth power would have killed, with the AV. Having the AV there. Meowscarada. What do we see here? We see Triple Axle. How much are we doing? How much? Ooh, I don't think we don't got it. Oh, and that's why I was. If you had gone there, and you just gone for the Triple Axle. I mean, you would obviously didn't know that this had, that this had fake out. That was the only time you showed fake out, right? Yeah. Well done. What a game. Love that game. That was a fun game. Back and forth. I thought it's crazy. And also, I'm not, all good, Spencer. It's all good. The coaches and everybody don't have to. It's just an element that is appreciative. We can chat here and here, whatever. Yeah. How puckered? What was the pucker factor? Because I could do your accent. Because I thought, I mean, this is turn 42, right? And we got to kill, like, so the last 18 turns, when I'm from Iowa, you can do my accent easily. There's, like, this match could have gone either way. Let's just say oop and apologize for things that aren't your fault. So you basically be Canadian, Oren, but say oop instead of a. I think Sky on 3, I think he just misplayed the Meowscarada a little too much. I think there was no reason to not click Ice Triple Axle. Your protective pads, right? Every time that Pokemon was in, either knockoff or Triple Axle against this team. Like this one, I think this was a mistake. I think going for a U-turn here, you're at 57. And like I'd have to look at the calc. But I don't see a world where this doesn't he's gonna whirlwind or switch, right? So like he's probably gonna whirlwind you. So just go get the big damage number, right? Because you're doing 5 because it's quad resisted. You're at the very least, I don't know. The end, I knew I had to switch out with defense drop Sneasler and sack bolt to come in and let the defense hopefully do something in the end. That's where I'm interested in, right? I'm interested in this one, right? Because even at the end, like he's got a chance to get the win here. But I think going into Landorus here was the wrong call. Because he knows you're not boots. And you're -1 defense. And we saw how much, like, from 100%, that's a dead. If it hits 3 times, it's a dead Sneasler. So you have to switch out, which means it has to go to Dragon. It has to go to Raging Bolt, which means you get 2 cracks to hit it, because unless maybe a Specs Thunderclap gets the. But even then, you just go into Landorus. If you're like really worried about that, you go into Landorus, and you can get in this position again where, maybe it ends up in that position anyways. I just think that going here, like the play, and I'm talking this out for my own well-being as well, because it's like, okay, hey, like think about it this way. -1 triple axle. If the game is going to come down to me hitting all 3 triple axles, I'd rather have as many cracks at it as possible, right? I'd rather have here offset. We had to have these. It's all good, and like I'm focusing on Skies because I'm looking at Skies as the most. But also, I think this one, I think the play here was to just go for a bitter mount. Was just be like, this is not Raging Bolt right off rip, right? Just because Florges comes in 9 times out of 10 anyways. So just click Sludge Bomb, right? Just click Sludge Bomb, because what is he gonna do? Go into Carcoal to resist it? No, he'll probably sack it off. And you already lost. You went from what, 76 to 7? So you lost 59% health. Just click Sludge Bomb. All right, because you're at 76. You hit, goes to 41. I guess you. Well, no, right? Because you needed 3, so you would have been at. So this one would have been. He would have been at 41, and you would have been at 100. Yeah. So you would have been at like 40, which would have made like the next little bit. Ultra Leap, I'm here. What's up, Chris? How you doing, bud? That, I think, just like I think in this positioning where you're like, hey, I don't have speed, and if he goes to something, if he doesn't give me this, like if you go for Bitter Malice is 75, 150 versus 160. So it's a little bit less. You'll have like 40 something, right? But you'll have 100% health, and maybe you just go to Skarmory. But because you had the substitute set up, you're already good. You're already there. You're like, all right, I'm here until I'm not here. And the paralyzed bailed you out. Otherwise, you would have lost this, and he would have had a sack to bring in on something. But that one was not great. And then the second move of like risking a water bubble, the upside was not worth it. Learning if this had water bubble in place of the fact that he water absorb, the fact that he was water bubble over water absorb was even crazy, because he should be able to water absorb walls this better than this walls that. Just switch the Hatterene, and then that's it. And then that forces Carcoal to play around it a little bit more, and your Hisui, Zoroark gets to come in. Yeah. And that's why I was like, hey, maybe you need to get a spinner here, and you did, and I like it. We'll talk about that next week. But either way, Spencer, great game. I think you played to your outs very well. I think you put yourself in position to where you needed to play to your outs very well. I think you playing to your outs very well. That's good. That's good. That's skill, right? I figured it was coming out to pressure with bubble. I didn't want to switch into hat and die, so I figured I'd just chip it. Honestly, I kind of brought ogre as my whatever thing. All good. We always have that. It's like, yeah, this is a 6 Pokemon. I wasn't there yet. GG's a Sky. Sky's 1-0 or 0-1, but -1. So like already we saw 3 games go to 5-0. So not doing too terrible. Let's see what our next matchup is here. Game number 6. That is my game against Genre. All right, this will be this one we can get to quick. We can get through this one quickly because I'm not going to sit here and talk about my team too much. Nope, I want this one. Okay, there we go. I guess I'll just go right here. Why is it? It needs to adjust. There we go. That's why I wanted it to adjust. So Johnner's team, we got Hydrapple, Terra Hydrapple. No, not Terra Hydrapple. Yes, Terra Hydrapple. No, this should be Terra Annihilate. Not. Oh, that's why I didn't switch over. I was like, we're sitting there. Terra Annihilate, Terra Piloswine, and Terra Arbuck. His team faster than mine. He's got 2 Pokemon faster than my fastest one, and one right on its ass. But then he drops off a cliff 30 points between his 3rd and 4th fastest, and that's where a lot of my Pokemon reside. Actually, half my team. No. It's just the Suicune there. So a slowish team, right? But not one of the slower ones we've seen. The attack, respectable. Decent bulk. When we've seen some hundreds, right? But I think decent bulk. You got 110 on Annihilate, 100 on Suicune. You have 100 on T-Tar, Piloswine, who can also hold Eviolite. Hydrapple has Regenerator. Like, great stuff. You got Bronzong, who, yeah, he's 67 HP, but that's and like, he's just Levitate. That's a disgusting Pokemon. I love that guy. He's goofy. 6'7". But that's great. Bronzong 6'7". Notable weaknesses: very weak to Ghost, very weak to Rock, and weak to Electric. But he's very good. Oh dang, your speed tiers are nuts. Actually, mine are. I wish I had something. I don't know. I like Superior. I like having Superior and Inteleon. But I feel like the Cryogonal is kind of he's just hanging around a little bit. He's not real, I don't think. At least not Terra. But yeah, good against Fire, good against Bug, good against Ice, which doesn't, in my matchup, does not affect me too much. My best Pokemon are not those types. On my side of things, obviously we talked about the speed tiers. My bulk is not there. I think I have the worst bulk. In the league. Like if you just look at team average, but even the defenses are not like fake. But Cryogonal, Dusknoir is my best special defenders. Rotom Heat and Empoleon are over 100 as well. That's nice. My defenses are not bad. Donphan 120, Dusknoir 135, Rotom Heat 107. Iron Valiant having 90 defense is very funny as well. But I'm weak to Dark, Rock, and Flying, which is very funny. But when you look at it, it's like, oh, hey, like I got a Ghost, and I got a Psychic type, and I have, a Fairy Fighting type that's not really that. Like it's like those are my worst weaknesses. I like to balance my team out. I'm gonna scroll down here in a second here. This I don't got a bad one. These are my worst ones because they're the bottom here. they are the top ones here. Also, that should be actually. Oh wait, no, it should be this way, right? Yeah, like these are there because these are the 3 worst ones. Like I build a team that does not. I don't like seeing red. Right. I want to make it. I'm not good enough in the game to like not lose. But if I make it tougher for you, that you're like, how the fuck do I break through this team? That's great, right? Biggest strength, bug, grass, and psychic, which is good because at least in the last one, because my best Pokemon is weak to psychic. Everything else is obviously, I think everybody's kind of like that, right? So yeah, let's see what each general manager went with. I don't actually, did I switch these over? I did not. Okay, hold on. Let's just look at this while I do that, right? So looking at the teams, right, I think it's safe to say that both teams are well crafted, but are, one team is not bulky at all. The other team is reliably bulky, but maybe the speeds are a little weird, right? So let's take a look here at Johnner's team. We've got Bronzong, heat proof. I like seeing heat proof. Obviously, I'm going to talk a little bit. I know how this game goes. I played it. I remember how it went. Heat proof, really cool because it's like, hey, like I'm going to get set up here, and if I get in front of the Rotom, I'm not screwed. South Rock, Heavy Slam, Body Press, and Future Sight going for defense and bulk with a little bit of in special defense. Not bad. Pink, the Rabombi, Choice Specs, Moonblast, Bug Buzz, Energy Ball, and Psychic. Here to outspeed my that just outspeeds everything naturally. Destiny, the Hydrapple with an Assault Vest. Earth Power, Fickle Beam, Giga Drain, and Hydro. It's Hydro Pump? Hey, yo, I didn't know that. Just bulky attack, good to go. Christina, the Kilowattrel with Volt Absorb, Volt Switch, Thunderbolt, Hurricane, and Weather Ball. Not bad. I like Weather Ball because of this guy right here, Tyranitar Sandstream, Dragon Dance, Stone Edge, Ice Punch, and Earthquake. This Pokemon is kind of a problem. It being Life Orb, though, against the team with... not investing here. I think I did the math in the game, but +2 at max speed. He would need to be +2 max speed to outspeed Iron Valiant, and then I could just close combat him, which is great. Annihilate, Mirror Herb, Defiant. So we got some bulk up, Drain Punch, Rage Fist, and Terra Blast anti-setup for what looks like a Terra Poison, what looks to be a probably a setup like Salamence. I'm sitting there, I'm like, what did he tell me it was? Yeah, but bulk, right? You get the +1 speed, you get the attack, and then if you bulk up, you have now defense. Now, see, here's the thing. Again, you got to check your sets here. This hurts because if this is just this instead, right? If this is just that, you get 20 points in defense, which with the bulk up, very nice. I think the 6 was the right 6 that Johnner brought. I'm trying to see if I found or what I said in our post-match chatteroony. Yeah, so I told him I was worried about this because I did not bring Donphan on my team. Spoiler alert. But the other thing is that Terra Poison is very, very smart here with Bronzong, a Levitator, a bulky grass Pokemon with Regenerator, and a electric or a flying type Pokemon that I can't just spam Earthquakes, right? So I have to rely on a Psychic type move, and I don't have a Psychic. I have Furgiraf, sure, and I do have special Iron Valiant. I could do that, but also he's not doing that's not this bulk here is preventing that kind of that kind of a one-shot kill, and you're hitting back with a rage or a Terra Poison blast. But yeah, just be mindful of that in the future for everybody. Like if Terra Blast will throw off the set because it's a special move. So even if you're doing mostly physical and you're mostly physical attacking, it'll be like, oh hey, you have a special move here, and we'll just give you that extra 8 there. It's like no, I don't want that, right? And that's just because of how it's set up. So that is Johnner's team. My team, real quick run through: Inteleon, Luigi the Inteleon, Choice Scarf, Flip Turn, Ice Beam, Snipe Shot, and Air Slash with Sniper. If I, obviously if I do it, cool, more damage with Snipe Shot, which has a high critical ratio. Awesome. This is just a revenge. This is just hey, if you are everything, I want to be faster than everything that's trying to just outspeed like +1. Like I wanted to be faster than like a Scarf Cinderace. I knew I couldn't be faster than a Scarf Kilo or Rabombi, but I wanted to make sure like I'm good there. Also, as I said, no Donphan, no webs here. So I would have been screwed if that's the case. Except I've got Contrary Superior, who would have been +1 and would have been faster than the Pokemon I'm trying to outspeed. Leaf Storm, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Tail, and Knockoff. I just went minus defense because I'm not here. I didn't go with the minus attack in case. Does he? I don't think he's got any intimidators, right? No. Oh yeah, he does. The in case it was like intimidate Arbok. I didn't want to be like, oh, let me get the maximum out of this with Dragon Tail and Knockoff, right? Mr. Game & Watch also having an Assault Vest. Assault Vest on both of these. This way I can live a Hurricane from... I could live a Hurricane if it's... if I can live a Hurricane, I can do decent chunk. Or just Dragon Tail it out. Also, Assault Vest on the Rotom for a similar reason, but it was also partly because I needed to live this was basically going to be asked to be like Rabombi and Kilowattrel check, and if they both came, I was screwed, which, as you saw, they did. Volt Switch, Overheat, Shadow Ball, and Hex. If I'm able, for whatever reason, to get a burn on or a freeze on something, great. Stealth Rock, Flip Turn, Knockoff, and Roost on Empoleon. Competitive again if he had brought webs or Intimidate Arbok, which is why I was like, I don't need Donphan per se because I have 2 Pokemon that should ward off him using webs. Now, obviously, Greg here, he don't take advantage of it. Flip Turn, Knockoff, Roost, defensive here. I was like, I need some defense here, like some physical defense. I need something for, a Tyranitar, like a banded Tyranitar. I could maybe live, Earthquake and then just like either Knockoff or Flip Turn. Mandy, the Salamence, Terra Water, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Dual Wing Beat, and Crunch, because I figured I can get at least 1 Dragon Dance up, and then if that's the case, if it's not a Scarf Kilowattrel, I should be able to outspeed and get the kill. And then he didn't bring any Terra Fairy, so that was great. And then Hamilton, the Iron Valiant, Calm Mind, Moonblast, Close Combat, and Shadow Ball. I got the heavy duty boots. I wanted to have an Iron Valiant that can come in mid to late game and not burn my booster. The speed's nice, but I also said, hey, what if I just give up that speed? And I say, hey, I just want to outspeed this guy because I can't outspeed these guys. So I'm going to lean on the fact that I have 26 more base speed, and I'm just going to get full on attack here. And to the point where I'm like, that might kill through Chople. And it does in the calcs. But we never found out in game because he didn't bring Chople. So, without further ado, let us get to game number 6. The Long Island Ducklets and my boy Gianner taking on me and my Philadelphia Tatars popping up on the YouTube chat too. Hey, what's up, Chris? How you been, bud? I did get your DM. I'm very excited for you. I hope you're going to do some fun stuff. All right, Bronzong leads off. I noticed, hey, it didn't say levitating, so I'm just going to fire off a shadow ball here. Got the crit, which was good for me. Went for it again, which obviously would have been nice to not do. Also, I tried to refresh this replay a couple times so you don't get it confused by the snow, but it is a sandstorm going on right now. But yeah, so I'm at 100%. I did get my fingers crossed there. I'm like, I do live +1, and I did. I bring out Luigi. Luigi's going to outspeed this. Snipe shot, big damage. I like that a lot. Got the kill there. Luigi taking down the big bell. That's right. I decided I'm going to sack here, see if because you would come in, I'd expect you to come in there thinking you're scarfed. And he wasn't scarfed. Johnner was not scarfed, so I clicked Leaf Storm thinking he was scarfed into Volt Switch. Was not. Got lucky. Got lucky again because I landed both my Leaf Storms. Didn't get confused. The Assault Vest did. I never died there. And then Moonblast does get the kill there. But that did allow me to come in, get the +1. Or go for I went with Dual Wing Beat, which again needed to hit, but a slightly better thing. But at this point, everything is slower than me, right? Unless they're scarfed. And he's Terra Poison. Good to go. And yeah, that is. I think I do get confused here, right? Nope, did not get confused. So simply got the 4 or 5 KO, right? No, it was 4 KO. It was 4 KO. From Salamence here at the end there, very quick, a quick game. It felt good. Here's the thing. If you want to go, by the way, quick plug for for my Patreon. I am going to put up this game. I did live comms for this game, and I'm doing and for all my DSPL games as well as my ZAOU stuff. Low as $1 for Patreon, but the first 2 games of each league I'm going to put up for everybody to be able to look at. I might put them on, probably won't put them on YouTube because I'm not sure how I want them to look production-wise. As you can tell, I like things looking nice and being pretty. And if you watch my YouTube stuff, you'll notice, isn't the Ducklets led by another new GM? I'm pretty sure it's Johnner. He's got to be in here in person, but I'm pretty sure it's General Manager Johnner again. I'm pretty sure he came back in Season 4. It happened off screen. Much like the Stranger Things finale. Anything doesn't make sense? Happened off screen, guys. Happened off screen. All right, let's now get ourselves together here for the main event. Our main event game. You will see the Bloodline. It was intentional. It wasn't just showing off my Christmas gift. It was intentional. The Bloodline facing off in the main event as the Bloodline should. In wrestling, in the DSPL, the BPL, wherever the Bloodline goes, they should be main eventing. And we've got our final matchup here. I like this. People are just whining. I haven't watched it. Me and Katie will eventually get around to it. We gotta move. We gotta move stuff. So we are very much enjoying Righteous Gemstones season 4 though. That shit's fun. What a show. Anyways, Tara Neuvern, Tara Dancy, Tara Bellybolt for a W, Tara Ogrepon, and Tara Reggie Rock for Korn. Oh, it's Harold Hester this season, by the way. Oh, it is? Okay. I was trying to remember who it was. I was trying to figure out who it was. I'm just like, it's not a rehash, but like a callback. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Interesting, great-looking team on the right. Great-looking team on the right. Great-looking team on the left. The one thing about these teams, when you look at it, you're going to notice, hey, there's 2 Ogrepons. Neat. And it does have 2 Ogrepons. We do have an Ogrepon matchup. We do have all 4 Ogrepons in the league, which is nice. First time in this league we've had that, and that's very good. AW had one of the come-ups of all time in terms of draft. It's insane. I mean, look at this draft, right? Look at this draft. I'm not saying look at this giraffe. I'm saying look at this team. This was not the team he drafted. Like Noivern, I think Noivern and Giraffe, Noivern, Goldango, the top 3 were there, and then everything else after came in a ridiculous flurry of transactions. But very good physical defense on both sides of the teams, which is good for Cornman because AW's physical offense is pretty good. He's pretty good. That Great Tusk and Ogrepon Heartflame doing gonna be a lot of problems. A lot of problems for people. A lot of problems. Because you're a bulky water type, yeah, you want to take a Horn Leech or a Power Whip from whatchamacallit there? Ogrepon? No. Oh, you want to be a physical wall? Okay, there's a 100. There's a Goldango there with 133 special attack. Yeah. No, thank you. No bueno. Right, but Corman's team, nothing to shake about. Nothing to be like, oh, this team's not that. No. That Ogrepon, that's a problem in itself because that's an Ogrepon that can hold items. You know, that's an Ogrepon that can hold a choice band and have a choice scarf when it tears. That's an Ogrepon that can hold a choice scarf and get another choice scarf on top of it when it tears. That could be just a bulky version that has setup, the Swords Dance, and gets it gets a +1 boost. It's great. It's awesome. There's a Garchomp that supports it with its hazards, like a little bit of chip here and there. That's gonna be big. But like Shaman doesn't want to come in on a rock and a spike and then take an Ivy Cudgel, right? And because the next turn it might take like a superpower. I don't want to take that either. Mandibuzz also great at the taking hits for Ogrepon, Tinkaton, all that. Obviously, I said this in the draft recaps and going over all that stuff. I would like a spinner that isn't Glamora, because with Garchomp having to set up hazards, and then if you need to clear hazards from your side for whatever reason, Defog is your best option there. Not the best. But yeah, there's some special attackers on this side of things. Meloetta and Glamora and Chandelure. Like Chandelure is like, go ahead and get in a hazard battle with me. Look, I'm not saying that's ideal for your opponent, but it can be bad. It could be bad. Like, oh no, like you lost your boots, or something happened. I don't know, like, oh crap, like that little chip could be enough, right? In the long run, it could be. But yeah, go ahead for a rapid spin on a pickpocket Tinkaton. You're gonna lose your shit. But the fact that Chandelure is your second slowest Pokemon at base 80, it's like, yeah, like this is insane, right? You got 3 Pokemon here under 80 base speed, and both teams have 10 Pokemon, so that's insane. 17 Pokemon over base 80. If you're looking for an base 80 speed tier, these guys got them all. They drafted all of them. And technically, Meloetta can go even higher. It can go up to what? I think it's 128 speed. Or is it 118 speed? It's 126 speed. That's what it is. It's 126. Yeah, it is 128, right? I knew it was like 120. So it can go even faster with a Relic Song, and then you're a normal fighting type, which, if we're looking at the type matchups here as far as strength on strength and whatnot, you're not going to see it, obviously. But hey, that is fighting is something that is the AW is not necessarily afraid of, because he does have a ghost type. His steel type is a ghost type. His fairy type is a rock type, which is a downer. but his Quillfish is not dark. So, he's got a flying Pokemon there too. He's got a psychic. His normal type is a psychic type, so it resists. So it's like very, very good there. But he is weak to ground. He is weak to fire, and he is weak to flying. Which the flying isn't. You would go, that's kind of confusing, but like that middle row is all weak to flying, and you only have you have 3, so it kind of evens out there, right? On Cornman's side of things, best strengths, obviously, like a lot of people, is poison and grass, but that normal one is kind of cool because that means that, for Giraffe or other, like if you're come up against a Terra Boom Burst Noivern, you're not in a terrible position, right? Because you have Chandelure, who's immune to it. You have Regirock, whose special defense is not its best one, obviously, but it is rock type. And you have Tinkaton, who is pretty bulky on the special side and would resist it. And also resist both of its other stabs. So, not bad, right? Notably, though, it is weak to ice, water, and ground. Those ice weaknesses really being the fact those top 3 really don't like that. Water being on there is interesting, but, there is a Glamora, there is a Regirock, and there is a Chandelure. And there's really just, like your dragon type is neutral to it. And so it's really just your Ogerpon and your Tauros, who I love Tauros. I love Paldean Tauros. I love like even regular non-Blaze or Aqua breed. Also, there's a fucking Galvantula here. So like, go like this is a funny team. These teams are funny. I don't know what else to say. Let's just take a look at what 6 of these. This is a funny team. Why are they so fast? Why is it 90 base speed? What the fuck? Come on. And that could be higher because Meloetta can technically get higher. Let's take a look here. Looking at AW's team, Samo, the Samurott Assault Vest, pretty standard. It's special, actually. Ceaseless Edge, Grass Knot, Ice Beam, and Surf. Good call. Way to buck the trends there. Speaker Box, Terra Fire, Noivern with Heat Wave, Hurricane, U-Turn, and Draco. Going for Heat Wave over Flamethrower for AW feels there's an intention there, and I think it's because it might be the difference between a kill on or like a 2-shot, like it turns a 3-shot, a roll for a 2-shot, or a 3-shot into a roll for a 2-shot, which would be, obviously ideal for him, right? Hurricane's good damage, and Draco just going for big damages here with Noivern. Got Infiltrator, go ahead, get a substitute up, don't care. Somersault, the Great Tusk, Ice Spinner, Rapid Spin, Knockoff, and Earthquake. So kind of a utility here. The Rapid Spin, Knockoff, Earthquake for stab, and then Ice Spinner for coverage. Good stuff there. This way the Mandibuzz can't just, sit on it. Oh, sorry. Like I said, we started about an hour or so later than I wanted to. So we would be wrapping up around time I would like to. Goldango, Air Balloon. Nice. A good Air Balloon there. Nasty Plot, Make It Rain, Shadow Ball, and Recover. So far, I'm not finding any obviously you don't need too much investment. $2.99, that's a lot more than most Pokemon have, at max. Party People, great name as well. Mancala, the Diancie. More defense. So no special defense on this team, right? And if you go back and look at it, it's probably for a good reason, because Meloetta, not the greatest of matchups. You got a Dark, you got a Steel Ghost, you got you got a Steel. You've got you are neutral to fighting. There is a fucking Belly Bolt. There's Diancie there, so not terrible. Plus, it's better. It's probably better in this matchup as the other version. But boy, Stealth Rock, Moonblast, Terra Blast for Terra Poison, and Earth Power, and then skew it on the Barbie. Ogerpon, Heart Flame, Ivy Cudgel, Knockoff, Encore, and Horn Leech. There's the attack. There's all you need for the attack. which is true. That's all you really need for the attack. Ogerpon for Cornman. So we'll go from one Ogerpon to the other Ogerpon. I said choice band. Choice Scarf when it terras. Knock off, Ivy Cudgel, play rough, U-turn, strong. Meloetta, Assault Vest. So we've got Psychic, Alluring Voice, Shadow Ball, and Knock off. Okay, so we got the knockoff there. Just for you're gonna get. Go ahead, switch your AV Pokemon against me. It's a good call. No, like this doesn't get Hyper Voice. No, it does get Hyper Voice, doesn't it? It does. Okay, no Hyper Voice, which makes sense because of the Goldengo there. Garchomp with Rocky Helmet. There's the Hazard War. Good luck. There's a defense as well. Special defense on the Mandibuzz. Foul Play. Is that defense? It's just defense. Foul Play, Roost, Taunt, and U-turn. Now, the only thing going for Foul Play, right? If we go back and we look at this team, right? We look at this team. I'm also realizing I was on the wrong thing the whole time. What does that look like? Oh my god, that looks awful. Hold on. Jesus Christ. So Samurott. Here, I'll bring up the things because I didn't go over the spreads. Samurott has 40 HP, max special attack, and 216 in speed with an AV. Noivern, 98 HP, enough speed to outspeed the outspeed Scarf or Terra Ogerpon with its own Scarf, and then max special attack. Great Tusk, max HP, max defense. Goldengo has 32 HP, max special attack, but then a timid speed to get to above 286, so that'll let it outspeed the 80s on Corn, and he's got the league's 80 speed tier Pokemon on lock. Diancie, max HP, max defense with a bold nature, and then Jolly Ogerpon max. Okay, now where I was going back to this Mandibuzz with I guess Ogerpon max speed, max attack. Jolly Meloetta is max HP, max special attack, modest with AV. Rocky Helmet, Garchomp max HP, max defense with enough some 8 leftover EVs into speed. Mandibuzz max HP, 212 special defense with a careful nature and 44 speed. Now, the reason why I said Foul Play is interesting as the only dark type move. This as a special attack, as a special wall, right? This is the special wall Pokemon. This is it's invested to. It's not necessarily really doing much to Goldengo with Foul Play. It's not going to do much to Pre-Terra Diancie. It's not going to do much to, if you're, that's it. I understand having it. I get it. Because you also want to punish, Swords Dance, the Swords Dance, what's his face here? That guy. Ogerpon Hearthflame. There we go. But does it have 31 attack IVs on accident, or did you not copy that over on yours? No. I copied it. This is straight from the paste that everyone sends me. So, negative, he said, I'm going all the way 0, right? Foul Play, not bad. But if you get in front of the this feels like the Goldengo check, right? And you do get knockoff. You do also get lash out. You do get throat chop. I feel like there's better options, right? Because your attack is at 166. His is at 112. You would just be doing more damage. Now, again, Corn probably is Foul Play stronger with min attack, or am I thinking? No, yeah, you're thinking of something else. Foul Play uses the attack stat of the target. So because he's got less attack, it uses the 112 attack, right? They both, like, just off the fact that you have a 31, just like you have a higher thing. Yeah. So Foul Play is using Goldengo's attack stat, which is lower than Mandibuzz's. So Mandibuzz is going to be doing less damage to it than, like, doing that. Now, if you want to do, like, a swagger thing, right? This is, again, where thinking Foul Play in the inverse, yeah. Like you're thinking of, like, what's the word? Like Electro Ball or Gyro Ball, Hard Press, Reversal. Like, those are kind of, yeah. They don't have that, though. They don't have, like, a move where it's like, hey, the weaker it does more damage the weaker the attack is, the opponent's attack stat is. That would be kind of cool. Foul Play was for punishing some setup. Yeah. But when I understood where it was coming from, but the Pokemon that have this setup resist it, in my mind, right? In my, like, again, I wasn't doing shit to gold offensively. That's true, but knockoff at least would be the knockoff. That's where I'm just thinking, like, utility type stuff. Like, knockoff has more utility because the most of the setting up. Now, again, Ogerpon not being withstanding, Ogerpon definitely, but then again, Ogerpon, an Ivy Cudgel, I don't know if you live a +2 Ivy, like a +2. I don't know. But that's where I'm just coming from. It's like, and it's using you as the example to also, like, be like, hey, like, this is what I think about, and also this is what I need to think about, which is, hey, this is a good move. Is it good for what is likely to come, right? Like, Foul Play is great for, like, Swords Dance Quillfish, right? But against the dark type, like the physical attackers, two of the three big physical attackers are not not weak to this. And if you want to say, like, weakness policy, Deancey, because it has 100 attack, 3 of the 4 are not weak to, in fact, resist the like the dark type move. That's where I'm like, okay. I was trying to talk it out to see if I could find the thought process for my own purposes, I guess. Mold Breaker, Tinkaton, I like that because you can ignore Good as Gold, Thunderwave, Play Rough, Knockoff, Stealth Rock. Love it. Love this. Love her. She's great. Love her. Look at her smile. That's a great smile. And then Glamora with the Air Balloon. I like that. Force a Toxic Debris hit. Earth Power, Power Gem, Mortal Spin, and Sludge Wave. Okay, I like that. And this just comes back to Mortal Spin. Is like, if the Goldengo forces you to hit Power Gem, but you, like, what the fuck else do you have for that? like it move does not. You don't get a fire type move. You don't get a water. There's nothing, unfortunately. But that's Goldengo being a fucking bastard, All right, so let's real quick take a look at the pick'ems. So, the community picked Basque over Orin, so we're at 2-1. They picked Sky over Spencer, 2-2. Johnner over me, they're 2-3. So the community, I'm gonna count. So the community there's one extra vote on AW over Cornman. Obviously, the Bloodline voting for the Bloodline themselves is just, but. Let's get to it. Let's do it. Oh, I hit the button. I forgot to hit the button first. AW. Cornman, the Bloodline, in the main event. Arizona Diamondbacks, Montana Marowaks. Starting now. I got to get the timer a little bit better. I got to figure out how to get that time going. Because once I do that, it's on like Donkey Kong. Cornman starting with the Garchomp going up against Noivern. Not a great matchup for Cornman out the gate. You kind of have to respect that and get out of there. Meloetta coming in. Bulky. This is a bulky. It's got the AV. It goes for the Terra Fire right away. Okay. Heat Wave, not doing diddly. This is a free knock, right? This feels like just a free knock. Yeah, Samurai comes in. This is easy. Knock off. Nothing. I know Mellowood is a modest, but yeah, Garchomp coming in, great call here. Also, special Garchomp or special Samurott here. This is why you go special Samurott. Good lord, all that traded all that for one spike, but then outsped, got the knockout with the Ice Beam, and so now you want to get in a hazard war, you got to have them hazards, Corn. And I'm seeing one hazard on that side, and I see 0 on your opponent's side. U-turn. Big damage. Big, strong damage, because that's a Choice Banded Ogerpon. Choice Banded Ogerpon. That can Terra still. Glamora comes in, it is ballooned up, but you can get rid of this with a Mortal Spin, except, yeah, that guy comes out. And he's not going to let you do a Mortal Spin at all. He said, no. And they're 2 ballooned boys. Mandibuzz comes in. I do like to switch to Mandibuzz. Like, this Nasty Plot, even with it, is going to... Will this battle now have a U-turn after? Maybe. Yeah. Make it rain, 76. That's... I mean, look, that's a +2. See, so... That did 37. A knockoff there, because it has the item, right? Because you didn't pop the balloon yet, and you're using your own attack stat, is bringing this down to like at least 50, maybe more, maybe 40, right? And it forces a recover here. It's instead of like, or a switch out instead of just kind of spamming. Maybe that could have just kept spamming there, right? Tink comes in. That's hurted. Don't like that damage. Leave. Ogerpon comes in. Probably eats this. Well, this is what? The Thunder Wave, right? Yeah, Thunder Wave. Which, great call. Again, I love the Mold Breaker on Tink for that reason. It's why I've considered drafting Howlucha in some drafts, just because of Mold Breaker defog against Goldengo, but also Mold Breaker that ignores Terra Shell. Big damage, by the way. Got the rocks up, so rocks go up, and that's great because now Skewer on the Barbie takes 25 when it comes back in. Glamora able to sit and come on in. Glamora should be able to get a nice kill here with a good. Ooh, goes for the Sludge Wave. I think you could have gone for Earth Power. I mean, doesn't matter there, right? Because you're still faster, and you get the kill, which is good. Like that, I like that a lot. You are free to spin here. Which, do we get a spin or do we give it up for a spin? No, we go to Mandibuzz on a rapid spin. Knockoff? Ice Spinner. Oh, wow. Okay. That's even I guess you're see, I guess you're faster than the Ogerpon anyways, right? So what do you care if you take 25? You're not dying to it. Terra. Mold Breaker. Getting, do we see the Terra? Big Terra. How much does this do? We got the speed. Terra, Ivy Cudgel. Doing 33. Bonked him hard. Quad resist, by the way. Yeah, I know. That's what's hilarious. That didn't get the kill, but the Paris saves the Ogerpon. That is good. Well, saves you. Montana's Ogerpon there. Let's see. What we got here? We got what? The Oh, it's Terra Poison. That's right. I'm like, why are you... I couldn't remember. I'm like, wait. I don't think this ends as a 3-0, but I was trying to remember what the what the dealio was. Moonblast does not. Okay, so saves the Terra. Kind of a risky play, but again, if you're reading your opponent, hey, he's already Terrifier. Oh yeah, that's right. He's already Terrifier. You're right. Noivern. So you just didn't have a kill, right? Is that? I'm guessing that was the case. Yeah, we both also forgot that. Okay, all right. So yeah, I was like, did you switch out and just not be like, I don't have the kill here? I was like, oh, he's going fair play. But sometimes it's like that though. That's what I love about drafts. Sometimes everyone is so into it that you just forget. Like, yeah, he already terra'd, right? Like if you don't take a moment to be like, oh yeah, he already terra'd, type stuff. Mancala goes down and Noivern comes in and Noivern outspeeds. And if it lands, see, this is why. Now, mind you, it doesn't. I don't think I don't even think that Ivy Cudgel would have got the kill there if the heat wave missed. But if the heat wave missed, then actually could have crit have killed. That's interesting. That is interesting. All right, so we'll go back to. It's funny. I didn't put the post game thing here on this one just yet. All right, let's just do that. We'll do this. Right, because we got this. Haha! All right. So, the win goes to AW. He's going to face me next week. We're both 1-0. We're both the only 1-0s that did not win 5-0. But 3 knockouts from Ogrepon is going to give Ogrepon the first star. But a very clutch landing of the heat wave for the Noivern, and Goldengo being annoying and doing a lot of damage over the course of the match. It was tough to figure out like who would be, because you took out 4 of his Pokemon, so the only other knockout was 1 Pokemon. Tink had one hazard. I like to be like, hey, like, if you're tied for knockouts, who did what? Because then you got to do the whole intangible stuff. Like, oh man, like if that knockout, if Noivern misses misses a heat wave, right, at 95% accuracy, AW be like, what the fuck? But that's why I like to run flamethrower. If the damage is negligible, like 95 versus 90, give me the 90. That hits, and I'll pray it's enough. But yeah, look at. Also, I use all the shinies, but I know it's hard to tell with 2 of these Pokemon because one has a mask that you can't see its face, and then the other one has is shiny is roughly the same as his in-game model. So, Corn, you've waited patiently all night. You've been hanging out here. I know you love to give the fans what they want, and the fans want to hear from General Manager Cornman of the Montana Marowaks. They want to get wacky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm up whacking off right now. So
hell yeah! Look, we all sadly whacked off as a result of that game. You played.
It's a sad whack off.
It was a sad whack off. It's one where you leave dejected and you wonder what kind of human am I. It's crazy, but I respect it. It's true. So, in looking at your teams here, the team you brought, right? I thought the Meloetta was an interesting set because you went with, like, you're relying on just the assault vest plus its natural special defense stat.
Yeah.
And he brought so many special attackers. And that was kind of crazy to me. But was there any thought in making Meloetta more of an attack taker, a wall, a soaker, if you will, than making it attack? Because you also sacrifices the speed here in doing like kind of not a half measure, but deciding I'm going to go bulky, which ultimately costs you the Meloetta against the Samurott. Where in the prep, where were you kind of leaning more to? Were you going full defense, full special wall, or more attacker? Like if you had to pick between the two of them.
Yeah. So I think what you kind of called out pre-game was that AW's match into me on the physical defense side, which he leaned into, was advantageous for him. And so I felt like just Glamora could get susceptible to like a Goldango with Make It Rain, or, you know, if the balloon pops, Tusk is all over it, outspeeding by 1. So I knew that being my only special attacker, something with a little bit of pop on the special side, was probably not going to do it. And so having like Psychic on Meloetta for the Tusk, Shadow Ball hit pretty much everything hard except for Samurott. And then, or at least like neutral. And then obviously I didn't think Giraffe Rig was going to come. And so, and then, you know, Alluring Voice to punish some setup, you know, like a sneaky little tech for Noivern or Samurott. And Knockoff just for that utility. Because, you know, Goldango is like always pretty free switch onto a Meloetta. Especially with, you know, Relic Song pirouette possibilities, just to punish that switch, which I don't believe I ended up getting the gold. I think I got the Samurott with the knockoff.
Yep.
And really the big thing that punished me was I ran a lot of this 6, specifically this 6, on the OU ladder because we had our teams for a little while.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And well, I mean, you know, that's just part of the time schedule. But I ran a lot of this team on the OU ladder, and I got into a lot of fist fights with Roughskin, Rocky Helmet, Garchomp, and Ceaseless Edge Samurott, and I'm just setting spikes on him, right?
Right.
You know, like I'm doing just as much damage to you as you're doing to me, and I'm also getting a spike up. So like we can keep doing this. The thing that Samurotts don't do on the OU ladder is run Ice Beam and special investor.
No, why would they do that?
So once I saw that happen, I was like, oh yeah, this thing's a water starter. It can attack from both sides, and it also gets Ice Beam.
Whoops.
And so then I was for sure on the back foot. Chomp was really solid into him, and losing it so fast really sort of put me in a bind. And I was relying on getting some spikes up, getting the rocks up with Tank, you know, in order to punish some switches and get his team low enough to let Ogerpon really do its thing. And, you know, he did a really good job positioning Goldango. The Choice Scarf on Noivern, you know, like I'm going to see fast shit that's scarfed all season because of Ogerpon. So, like, it's just going to be, he was in a position where he was able to hide the scarf until the end. And so it was just one of those, I took an L on like a couple key turns and then was sort of just on the back foot trying to not die to set up Goldango and trying to just like pivot in Ogerpon for as much burst damage as I could. And just didn't have it till the end. But, you know, it was one of those things that I think I just calced it. A crit on the Noivern after rocks still would have been like 2% short to kill. So it was always gonna live that. And so it was just, I mean, AW is an incredible draft league player. Like he builds incredible teams. They're always really terrifying to prep for, and he always hits you with a blindside, like a special samurai, or he's got something for you up his sleeve,
Defensive,
like that you
defensive
yeah.
Basque Legion.
Yeah, for sure. Like he's incredible at doing that, like finding a role for something that you may not expect. And so he got me with that, and really, I'm just happy that this week's over. I really don't like getting matched up against the Bloodline guys because it makes sending calcs in the group chat a lot less fun. So looking forward to week 2.
Yeah, it gives up the game a little bit, which is obviously not a lot of fun. But hey, you do get a break from the Bloodline. I think you will. I think you and Beto play.
I think we're like
I was gonna say
sometime late in the season.
So it's you do get a little bit of a break there. It is week 9, so you won't see another Bloodline member for a while. And I think I don't. Do Beto and AW play? I don't think so. Oh, they do week 6. So I spaced it out this time. All right. Mm-hmm. We've heard some complaints from the Bloodline followers. They've flooded our mailboxes with complaints of back to back weeks. Where they tear themselves apart picking between you guys. And I said, you know what? Let me be a benevolent thing. And then also I looked at my bank account and I said, sweet, I can buy a house.
Yeah. With all the bloodline bribes.
Yeah, exactly. It pays off. That's why we have a 5th season. All right, because I needed to buy a house, and I wasn't going to be able to buy a house without it. But yeah, the next week you take on Nallis, who had a big win this week. Big like the numbers on his team, except you got one of his. And earlier he was talking about wanting to ump the ante. Now, I don't think we should have gambling in the DSPL. I think it's way too easy to throw games. However, gambling Pokemons on a roster, I may allow, perhaps. But I'm not saying that would not go into effect until future seasons. That said,
if we want to play for pinks,
yeah, you get that Petron. No,
yeah, that'd go nicely on this team.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, oh yeah, cool, yeah, go ahead, hit something physical. I don't care. I bring all this up just to say, have you spoken with Reggie Rock about what Nallis has said? It's been a little bit between his interview and now. Have you talked to Reggie Rock at all, a little bit about what was said, and maybe need to reassure him your confidence of him? I know it's only week 2, so only 6 Pokemon could have made it this week, but maybe he's a diva. I don't know. I have never talked to the guy. I've never drafted him. He's never been on one of my teams.
Oh, yeah. Reggie Rock is a great team player. Listen, he knows that he is the second Terra captain to maybe the best Terramon in the league. Maybe behind Terra Dragonite, Terra Gambit, Terra Torn, looking towards Terra Tornadus Therian, looking at Nallis' team. Like, that's a scary mon. But he knows he's not an idiot, right? Mm-hmm. Reggie Rock knows his role. He's there to be fat physically, throw out T-waves, set rocks, body press the living shit out of somebody when he has to. But, that Reggie Rock is known, he's a glue guy in the locker room. He's the guys love him. He loves being a part of the Montana Marowaks, and he's going to get his time to shine.
I believe it. I like what I'm hearing, personally. I like what I'm hearing. I don't really have any, it's late. That's why I probably don't have any more good questions. But thank you for hanging out. I know you've been here since the start of it, listening to everybody else, and you finally got your time to shine. And you knocked once again, one of my favorite general managers to talk to. Very respectful, very, very professional, but also very knowledgeable,
Fuck Harold Pistard.
There it is. General Manager Corman of your Montana Marowaks, coming off of a tough loss, but a loss to the Bloodline is still that's nothing. It
9-1 is still on the table.
Right.
9-1 is still on the table.
Exactly. Cornman, we will talk to you next week. Good luck in your battle against Nalus.
It's good to be back in the DSPL.
Feels good. Feels good to be back. Speaking of being back, we'll be back next week with our slate. That's right. I got even more graphics, baby. I think these are all right. Yeah, these are all. We will be back. Our main event next week will be Orin, Mr. Drevis, 1-0, +5 in first place, out because of alphabetical reasons, taking on Spencer, the Boston Dartrix, who's 1-1. Just is at worst would be 7th place, depending on how Willie and Didac's game goes. At worst, he'll be 7th place because he's 1-0 and there's 14 teams. That's it. We're also going to follow that up, but we will start the night off tomorrow. Next week, 8 p.m. EST. That time, I should have put an asterisk there. It is scheduled. Like I want to go at 8, but depending on house stuff, we settle on the house on Friday. So we will ideally be I'll be tired, but also I don't think we'll be doing too much right away. Maybe, I don't know. I keep telling myself that, but then I'm like, I know how my brain works. I'm gonna be like, all right, let me go rip down all this. I can get all this done this weekend. And that's just not true. But we've got Didact and Basque going at it. We've got Sky and we've got Diabeto going at it. Myself and AW we've talked about. Montana and Nalus. Montana Cornman and Nalus Midwest Nalus taking on each other. Johnner and Willie Law will will battle each other as well, and Osh and Hobb as well. So we've got a couple games where there will guaranteed be a 1-0. Actually, I think there's two games. Yeah, there's two games. There's only me and AW, but that's not true. So we will have at least 2 undefeated teams at the end of next week. And I believe we will have at least 1... actually, no. Well, yeah, actually, no. We will have at least 1 0-2 team at the end of next week because Didac plays Basque and Willie plays Johnner. Both Basque and Johnner lost, so whichever between Willie and Didac lose will guarantee a 0-2 team. So we will be back next week, 8 p.m. Eastern for week 2 in the DSPL season 5. I wanted to make a graphic for the Pokemon of the week or the 3 stars of the week. Let me go back to the Facebook thing here. I wanted to do that, right? And because we had 7 Pokemon who were all the first stars of their week. I did not get around to making that graphic, but I will for next week, as well as fixing a couple things. I forget what else. The post-game stuff. I needed to not spoil the results of the games that have not been played yet. Petront, I think I'm gonna give Petront the number 1 spot, and I think I'm going to give. It's gonna feel biased, but Salamence had 4 kills, and no one else had that many kills this week. So Salamence is your 2nd star, and I think I'm gonna give Sneasler the 3rd star there, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. That's probably that's how those are your top 3 for this week. Is Petront, it is Salamence with a 4-0, and Petront 3 kills, 2 statuses, and 3 kills for Sneasler. Yeah, I think that's it. Also, where did the community lie on the pick'ems again? That was AW. So, community is 3-3. not bad. The community also selected Willie over Didact to win, so we'll see how that one goes for the community next week. I'll keep track of that as well. I start classes this week, but the cool thing is all these graphics, I got it set up to where it's very quick to make now, so I'm very happy about that. The longest thing that takes the longest part of it that takes is simply just rendering it all out, and then I made it so that most of this does not render for more than 20 minutes. The rosters do these little things, these things here do the individual team ones, because there's so many moving things, but what can you do? What can you do? It is what it is. Thank you guys so much. I am Grum, as it says, the commissioner and host of all things Dspl. Thank you guys for watching. YouTube, if you're watching me on YouTube, subscribe. If you're watching me on Twitch, follow. We're probably only going to just do the one stream a week for this stream for a little bit, just because buying a house in 6 weeks, you need to be moved out of this apartment and into the house, which means got to make sure we got the internet and everything set up. So ideally, we're here for another 6 weeks, which means that'll take us to week. Let's see, week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So week 7, guarantee we'll be here on Sundays. Weeks after that, we'll see. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. Yeah. February 28th is on a Saturday. You know what that means? March 1st. We're probably not gonna have a stream there, because we will have to have moved everything out of the apartment by the 28th and into that, and just rather. I think we're gonna try to game the system a little bit and get all the internet and everything at the new place, at the house. Start that in March, so maybe March 2nd is the first day. But we'll get around to that. Appreciate you guys for hanging out. Love y'all. Be good to yourselves. Be nice to people around you. Do something kind for a stranger. It could be as easy and as simple as just holding a door for them, giving a space at a grocery store checkout line, covering your mouth when you sneeze, covering your mouth when you cough, when you burp, all that stuff. Wash your hands, wash your ass, wash your calves, and be good to yourselves. You deserve a little break from time to time. And remember, it is not enough to be tolerant. You must be anti-intolerant. That's anti-racism, anti-sexism, anti-homophobia, anti-transphobia, anti-bigotry in all of its vast and ugly ways. I love you guys so much. I will see you guys next week